Okay, guys, here we go. Welcome to the live. I know it's been another week since I did the last live, but done with my nights finally for at least a month. But anyways, Charmaine and Kent are in the house. Jack and Lily's 5 months anniversary today. Um, just I can't still believe it's been that long. So Belinda's in the house. I can see that. Again, Ernestine. Some shout outs here, you guys. Um, Charmaine, uh, just to start off with, we'll say this as well. Charmaine, she's been doing you guys, as you know, she's been getting really great views on bringing up her channel, covering stuff with Jack and Lily, and going over a bunch of stuff. I'll post her link here again. If you guys aren't subbed to Charmaine, please do. Let's get her up to 1,000 tonight, okay, guys? She's so close on there. So just quickly, Charmaine, I'm so proud, obviously, of you because, like I said, for me, there's people that have been on this channel, and then, like Melissa from American Justice, and then she brought up her channel as well and stuff like that. So for me, you're such a great, amazing friend, and I absolutely love the fact that Charmaine has her channel for her voice as well there. That could, that is different. We all kind of have different opinions about this case. Absolutely. But anyways, girl, I'm so proud of you on that one. So
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I mean, I know most of the people that come over to my channel and watch, they come from here. So that's huge. And I'm trying to do an opinion-free space where we can go over all of the information and try to see it from just different perspectives and keep an open mind. And I'm even asking Durwood, Daniel, Janie to, to also consider other possibilities and to open their minds a little bit. And if they really want to find the kids, let's start brainstorming. Let's work together instead of the infighting. I'm sick to death of it. I'm done with it. So.
And Kent, welcome, dude.
Yeah, congratulations, Charmaine is in order.
Yeah.
And it's good to. It's a different eyesight on it, the way that you're covering it, and I think that allows people who never covered it from the beginning to get into the information from the beginning. So it's interesting.
It's so important because there are so many new people that are coming in and they're literally getting half the story and some wrong information. So I just thought that there was the only thing that I could think of that would be valuable for me to do. So
yeah,
for myself, I'm using everybody that comes into my channel. I'm totally using you. I'm exploiting your knowledge. I'm exploiting your passion to help me walk through this bullshit and get through it. So
well, I was gonna say, so again, not only is Charmaine, does she have a channel, and she's been talking about it for so long about bringing it up, but obviously when somebody's ready to start doing it, obviously now Charmaine's ready. It's another a creator that's putting a voice out there for Jack and Lily. The more voices we have, because we are the voices for Jack and Lily, the more awareness it brings. And again, you guys, if most people know, like some people will diss me on this one, but I do love people's different opinions and thoughts and stuff like that. They don't have to be the same as mine. The only thing I ever require is do not be a jerk, just be respectful. Right? We're talking about 2 missing children and stuff like that. But when it comes to the people in the chat, you guys can block each other if you don't like what somebody's saying. But in here, we like just to keep it, adult, right? Adult like, and not sit there and bash the creators on the channel, and stuff like that. And so we're going to get into some of that in just a little bit. Actually, do I want to tackle that now? I mean, maybe we'll tackle this quickly now. I know a lot of you guys are feeling that on the Drunk Turkey show, and no offense, Daniel, that was so weird. Dan, and yet they call themselves each Daniel. but they had like Dan Dan. So yeah, weird in itself. But anyways, so I know a lot of you guys are feeling like you're not like you're getting your comments are getting blocked and stuff like that. Now, I had told Daniel from the Drunk Turkey Show this last time that a lot of people were coming in and saying that their comments were getting blocked. I seen that last night. Just it was ridiculous. I thought, and I'm going to make mention of that again to Daniel. Now, of course, he can do whatever he wants on his channel over there, obviously. But one of the things that I do want to talk about before we get into the whole Jack and Lily thing, just to get this out of the way, is the attack on Kent and the things that were being said about Kent in that chat room, like the comment. So, Kent, I'm going to let you, if you don't mind, just quickly, just say your piece on that, because I think it's so disrespectful, and it's like the low of the low to sit there and think about that you created this fire to cover up Jack and Lily and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm good, aren't I?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah. DT is one of them, but there was bigger issues and problems with other creators. And I would just ask all creators, we're all supposed to be in this battle, if that's what we're calling it. We're Belinda's army, as Charmaine said earlier. We're Jack and Lily's voices. We're all in this together, I think, for honesty, sincerity, to try to find out what happened to the kids, Jack and Lily, bring them home. There's no need to attack anybody in comments, and I don't need you to stick up for me, but if you see creators allowing comments to happen in their chats that are untrue about the case or myself or anybody else, just put a stop sign up or something and let them know that you don't appreciate, because there's all kinds of it out there, and all it will do is create I can't say the word, amongst us, animosity amongst us.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just asked that everybody. There isn't one other YouTube channel that I watch. It's nothing to do with the true crime, and their slogan that they say at the end of every video is, "Be kind to someone today, because you just never know. You might make them smile and change the world."
People don't get that about me, to be honest with you. It's kind of how I live my life all the time. Here, I would say that the ignorance doesn't it doesn't it just makes me wonder. It just makes me question the world sometimes on it and stuff like that when it's but anyways, we'll leave it at that. Kent,
Can I say something before you move on?
yeah, absolutely.
Just because I didn't talk about specifics in my live today, but I did admit that I had been worked up with Kent earlier. And it was based around that, because when I heard that, because I have experienced being, having my comments deleted and being blocked, and I was not disrespectful. I've experienced that, and it's a non-issue for me because I've moved on. He's irrelevant in my life. But when I hear that people's comments are still being deleted on point, like nobody's comments are sneaking past, but the comment that was made about Kent burning his shop down to hide evidence, and that comment was allowed to stay. And then the creator, when he was called on it after the fact, came back and said, "We get thousands of comments, must have missed it." No apology, no nothing. Like, even thinking about it now has got me again worked up. That is, and I thought it was irresponsible over there before. And now today I am just completely disgusted. And not even to apologize and I'll keep better watch or anything like that. It's bullshit. That's all I want to say. And I mean, I was worked up before and then I calmed down and I did a live and now I'm worked up again. So, and I told everybody, if I'm going to get worked up, it's going to be on Sunny's channel because my channel is for.
I was gonna say, so me and the drunk turkey, Daniel, have been friends for many years now on this. Okay. Now I know that we definitely have differences of opinions, but I will make mention to him again about this, you know. So it's like it's his channel. He can do what he wants. Like personally, I'm just gonna say that I haven't been watching really. I watched yesterday's live. I did because I wanted to see the full thing, but I really haven't been watching Daniel's show too much. Not well, I could have if I wanted to, but honestly, for me personally, I'm over just all the like when it's chat, it's just like Derwood can go off and say whatever he wants and stuff like that. And I'm just over all these, I don't know. I'm over all of the BS with Jack and Lily. Okay. I'm just over that myself. And regardless, it's one of those things is Jack and Lily deserve answers. Whatever, regardless, happened to Jack and Lily, these children deserve answers. They don't deserve games. They don't deserve lies. They don't deserve BS. And if somebody naming Derwood, okay, because I think this is just totally ridiculous. Now, let me just refresh people on this. Now, Darren and I were speaking, and you guys know he was on the channel, Derwood Darren. And he got upset with me when I didn't take his thoughts about Daniel Martel, right? We had different opinions on about that. And I just take the information that I have. Anyways, he didn't like that. He went off on me in my messenger, blocked me again, whatever. Haven't talked to him since. But I've watched him 2 times, at least 2 times that I personally saw, is that he's literally running around, literally saying that he knows that Jack and Lily are in a safe place and he's not going to tell the RCMP and he knows exactly who has them. And I just think that that's just absurd and ridiculous to even put that out of your mouth. So you care about Jack and Lily so much that you know that they're in this great place, and you think, Darren, that you guys are smarter than the RCMP and that the RCMP wouldn't know this? We're going to get into a lot of this stuff, the cadaver dogs, right? Now, either Daniel is the most innocent, guiltiest person by his actions, and has absolutely perhaps nothing to do with it. Or that family, the family members, Malaya, Daniel, Janie, have knowledge. Something happened to Jack and Lily. Janie, Daniel, nobody believes that they're in the woods. There's very few that believe that there was a random abduction. So it leaves 2 things. Now, yes, I watched the live yesterday. Now, I do feel like there was definitely some things that Daniel from the Drunk Turkey Show missed the mark on for not asking Daniel certain questions. Now, maybe you know what, to be honest with you, I think it really boils down to this, is that we've been here pretty much from almost the first day of this case. So we have seen all these different things going on. So there was definitely some questions in there that I was like, why didn't he ask this? Why didn't he ask that? Why didn't he ask this? Right now, I'm glad that Daniel Martel found, and Janie and whatever found themselves a home, a space. I think that this could have been prevented a long time ago. Don't you agree, Charmaine? Because Daniel had the ample opportunity before this was turning into a huge circus. He had ample opportunity just to correct himself, not 5 months later. So the circus.
And just so you know, he's here. he's joining us here tonight.
Well, I mean, I honestly, personally don't care. I see, like, how I feel about Daniel. It's not okay. I cannot stand people that are narcissistic. I can't stand people that are always kind of referencing themselves. They're like all the time. I can't stand liars, right? Okay, we all lie, we all white lie. But we're talking about in the midst of two children that are missing and all these inconsistencies, and you want to come back and then say that there's a freaking hole that you never ever talked about before. And I'm going to actually show you something. So, Daniel, later, you might want to see this picture that I'm going to show you later. And it's to do with your place and inside your bathroom. But anyways, I'm going to be showing you guys a picture that you guys have never seen before. And it leads you to beg the question, what the hell? Right? When we do see it. Now, again, we all have kind of different opinions on what we think. Yes. Do we wish that Jack and Lily would be found alive? Absolutely. Right? Am I going to be an idiot? I'm sorry, like Darren, and run around saying I know where they are. I'm not talking to RCMP. They're in a good place, right? Well, you might as well then just shit on the whole Martel family and Mackenzie family if you know that they're in a good place, which I'm sure you deem it as the Brookside and stuff like that. Which, again, I want to tackle that stuff as well. Right, because Charmaine said it really well yesterday when I was listening to her. She said, Daniel and Durwood, and that they constantly, okay, are attacking Malaya's family all the time, blaming Haley, her family, Malaya. And then Daniel said in that interview, well, I know that I didn't have anything to do with it. I know Malaya didn't have anything to do with it. Blah, blah. No, Daniel. Again, your messages totally say different. So this is the stuff we're talking about. You can't come back 5 months. Well, I mean, you can, obviously, but how is anybody ever supposed to believe anything that comes out of your mouth? I'm going to believe, honestly, I'm going to believe in Belinda. I'm going to believe in Haley. I'm going to believe in other family members that are spoken, perhaps, and I'm going to put more credibility to certain. But you, Daniel, you in your own right, you and Malaya both, but especially you have created this even larger than life circus of Jack and Lily. Does Jack and Lily deserve this? Absolutely not. Do they deserve truth? Okay, not your BS, but the truth. So it's not about the fact of, do I like Daniel? Do I not? I don't really care about you one way or the other, really. I mean, you're a human being like anyone else, right? But this is about two missing children. And what I don't respect is that here we sit, and it's not just you, Daniel, because yes, you are keeping awareness out there, even if you want to put out what your truth is and stuff to the world. But, there's lots of people that could be speaking up but aren't. So we're going to be Jack and Lily's voices, and we're going to try.
I was actually going to say that. Sorry, I thought you were done, but
no. Go ahead, because I got a lot to say tonight too.
I have said that like a couple of times on my channel that Daniel is doing exactly what Daniel told me he would do when the case starts losing steam online and in the news. He was going to bring out information to make sure it kept going, and that's exactly what he's doing. And like on my side of things, I want to have, I just want to have conversations with everybody and maybe clear some of the ambiguity that's out there. So I just wanted to point out that Daniel said right from when I talked to him week 3 that he would do what he's doing. I just wish it wasn't so confusing the way he's doing it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. This could have been, right? This never had to be the biggest shit show that I've witnessed in Canada for a thing. When truth is being told, Daniel, and you've said this multiple times, and I'm sorry, but you can't start adding things later, to a story and keep adding things and then expect people to believe it. There's something about a little bit of not consistencies, a little bit, absolutely. But when there's such huge inconsistencies and a lack thereof of transparency and the way that you've acted, right? The way that you were like, well, I'm going to save myself for the interviews and stuff like that. And the This isn't a game at all. These are about two children. Anyways, Kent, let's have you say something here before, because I got a lot to say because I haven't talked in a week and there's a lot of stuff I want to talk about or get through as well.
Yeah, well, I'm just watching the chat. But my comments are doubling. Do you know why?
No, they're not to me. Where's your comments? No. Why
Every
are
time I put a comment in, it's coming up twice.
that usually happens if like you're underneath of a different,
Or you're dual streaming.
yeah.
Didn't I tell you that, Sunny? I threw my channel on there, so I'm dual streaming.
Oh, okay. Hey, yeah. You know what? I'm just noticing that now, Kent. That's why you're seeing the comments double.
I just hit the button. I don't even know what it looks like, or like I don't know.
Yeah.
Why?
Now,
I don't know.
so
Something new. I'm new at this YouTube. Don't judge me, Kent.
No, but why? I didn't hear the reasoning. What happened?
I just clicked a button that says stream to your audience, and then it asked me if I wanted True Crime Story Pod audience, and I said yes, and it said okay. And I got a little green
Oh,
check mark.
so we're live streaming this live over to your channel too. Okay, I get you.
Yeah.
That makes sense. But everybody else's aren't. I just wondered if there was something wrong with the feed. That's all.
No, I think because you are here, and I have no idea. I don't know. I just hit a button.
maybe.
Yeah. I don't got a whole lot to say. Like there is a lot to say in reaction to stuff that was said in that interview and other to possibly explain, but like where did September go?
Well, yeah, it just kind of went boom, and then now it's October.
Yeah, like is time going to go faster in this case as we go on?
Yeah.
Is that the way it goes? Because it seems like we've lost September in this search.
I was going to say it's gone by so fast. I can't believe we're at 5 months. Again, all of us are on here for a reason. And the reason is first and foremost the passion, especially for children, the missing and the murdered. In this case, it's Jack and Lily. So I don't really give a, flying fudge, whatever, who you are on this. When it comes to cases, the family comes behind the victims. When it comes to this, because they are the most important thing. These are the ones that need to be found. These are the ones that deserve the answers. These are two beautiful children. No one will ever take away my passion that I have when it comes to children. And do I get pissed off when I watch games being played? Daniel thinks that perhaps maybe, he isn't the greatest at bringing awareness. Again, at the end of the day, I'm not you. You guys know the truth. Perhaps, or maybe you don't know the truth. Who knows? All I know is what I see so I'm not sitting here on this line of, that the children are missing. There's nothing about that makes sense that they're hidden somewhere, besides in the ground or water or something like that. Belinda doesn't believe that these children are alive. These are her grandbabies. And Daniel, you should have been communicating with Belinda properly, right? You should have. But many times I've said to you, talk to Belinda, even if it's not said on here, at least give her any sort of knowledge that you have, right? There's so many things that you should have, could have, and should do so differently. Absolutely. One of the things, there's a few things really. I don't understand why DT from the Drunk Turkey Show never asked him about the 8 to 8:30 timeline, because that's just a matter of saying, you know what, right? There was a bigger gap than we thought, because we know darn well that the children just didn't disappear at 9:40. That's when, now Janie has that wrong, because in Belinda's post, we all know she said that the children were last seen basically at 9:40. Not that she called 911 like Janie said. 10:01 obviously is the time on that and stuff like that. So, to me, this is like, no holds bar. If people are going to come to the internet and they're going to put themselves out there, then expect whatever comes of it, right? We know from being in this for like over 5 years, okay? We know what happens. We know that there's the good and the bad. There's the attacks and there's all these other different things that happen. But again, when people are being truthful, like if I'm sitting there looking for my child, you're not going to stop me. No bulldozer is going to stop me. Nothing but God himself perhaps might stop me. That's about it. Other than that, I'll be a voice for my twin sister's child if it was missing, you know. And again, it's just about telling the truth and being genuine, you know. So you've done yourself no favors, and that's just the bottom line of it. I know that you're trying to more. Oh, there's Micmac. Micmac, I wanted to say thank you. So 1 second. Micmac had just done a donation here. Let me find it. There you are. Micmac, thank you, because I forgot 2 times. I saw you do a super chat last week on the, or not super chat. What's that one that you do it when you're on the video? The super thanks. So Micmac, nice to see you guys. Okay. I do want to go over some stuff. So before I get into stuff, what I want to show is those messages first and foremost from Hidden Frog and go over that. Kent or Charmaine, before we get started, did you want to say anything before we get more into it?
Just that I haven't been watching anything. If I'm not working on my own stuff, I'm just not watching any of this shit. It's so toxic. Sometimes I'll go into Clutch Them Pearls, but not very often. I mean, I'm seeing all of this, including the interview and anything else that Sunny's going to show tonight, other than the picture, but everything else will be my first time too.
Okay. Well, I guess we probably should start off with that video from the article today. I guess we probably should start off with that, I guess, guys? Well, a lot of you guys have already seen it, and that's good. You know, it wasn't a very long article, but we'll just play whatever they put in the clip is exactly what's in the article anyway. So we'll just maybe show that. So again, 5 months for Jack and Lily. Please be their voices. Hit that like button, hit that share button, keep them out in the algorithm. That's what the children need. And that's what we're here to be, voices for Jack and Lily, first and foremost. And yeah, if people like in the chat, I'm not going to be distracted. I know Daniel's in the chat there, guys. And Daniel, he can say whatever he wants, you know, type of thing. But just again, let's try to keep some focus a little bit. I think you guys got a lot of information off of DT's live, in a sense, from out of Daniel. Okay. So for the fact that Daniel, like I said, Daniel, you know, had done the pre-recorded interview and stuff like that. All I'm here is just to search for answers, but that's not the main goal. That is the gist of what I like to know, is the truth about, you know, a timeline and stuff like that, because that is huge on what you're actually really truly, you know, should be looking for. But Jack and Lily, and being their voice and keeping the awareness out there for people that don't know about the case, and just keeping it moving instead of it becoming, you know, dry. But obviously there's a lot going on right now, so it pumps it back up again. So, you know, again, if that's a place where he found a voice in his home, you know, good on you. Good on both of them, and Janie and Durwood and stuff like that. But other than that, like Charmaine, I know, you know, chat goes a little bit wild sometimes when Daniel comes in here. It's not going too wild. You guys are doing good. And Patriot Girl, by the way, I know you've sent me a bunch of emails. I can't say that I've looked at them all yet, but I know that you have sent some. So thank you very much. Yeah, I want a proof of life. Tell Darren to show a proof of life video. Because, you know, Daniel says that he's 100% certain, and he doubled down on that on DT last night by saying that the children are alive. Again, I don't believe that side of it at all myself. And I'm going to shut up and I'm going to play this video first. Share screen, and Lily and Jack. Okay, so we'll make this bigger. Okay, wait. Oh, the volume's on low. Hold on. Come on. Why is it doing that? 1 second. Why is it? Oh, blah.
months, and there are
Try this
still no
again.
trace. And Lily Sullivan are still on the minds of many Nova Scotians. These signs are in Bedford, roughly 130 kilometers from where the two were reported missing, simply asking, where are they? It has now been 5 months, and there are still no trace of the children.
I think the RCMP is throwing a lot of experts and a lot of resources at it. In the meantime, it certainly doesn't look good for these poor children, but at some point, I'm sure we'll know what happened in some way or another.
4-year-old Jack and 6-year-old Lily were reported missing from their home in Lansdowne Station on May 2nd. Searches stretched on for days and weeks in the densely forested area nearby, with hundreds of volunteers and experts on the ground and in the air. Police tell CTV News they expect to provide an update next week on the work of the human remains detection dogs now being brought in from elsewhere in Canada, the latest investigative tool.
Either they're acting on kind of another attempt to find the kids, or they're acting on some information they may have investigatively to have them focus in certain areas.
Police previously stressed there is no definitive evidence to suggest the children are deceased. RCMP say this remains a highly active and intensive missing persons investigation, which is being supported by partner agencies across Canada, saying in a statement, our team remains fully committed to utilizing every available resource to move this investigation forward and determine the circumstances of Lily and Jack's disappearance. To date, police say investigators have received 820 tips, all of which are being carefully assessed and followed up on. They've also conducted 80 formal interviews, reviewed all viable video files collected from the area, and have assigned more than 1,000 investigative tasks. With interest in this case so high and information so scarce, it's given rise to online true crime programs.
Just because there's no press conference, it doesn't mean there's not boots on the ground. And I know they brought in resources from other provinces. They're doing everything they can, but they need tips and they need the public's help in some way, because somebody out there knows something and they're not saying.
The investigation now moves into the 6th month, and colder weather on the way only makes it more difficult. Todd.
CTV's Stephanie Seacoast. Thank you, Stephanie.
Okay, so that was the basically the article. So yeah, so what about next week? There should be, they'll give us an update on well, whatever it turns out to be honest with you. Charmaine Kent, are you expecting anything from the search with the cadaver dogs on this go around?
I truly think that if there was something, we would have heard about it. If they had found the kids, I think we would have heard about it. So I'm not expecting any big groundbreaking announcements. It'll be interesting. Hopefully, though, did they say that they were not going to disclose where they searched? Because if that's the case, then they might have plans for future searches in other areas. So I'm not expecting any groundbreaking, news, but I think it's really good, and I'm looking forward to another RCMP update, because that's what we need. We need more information from the RCMP. This is bullshit.
Yeah. Well, you said everywhere they search, but yet when you were in that interview, you said that, because I was already told that the search was still going on. And you said, yeah, but they're searching other areas. So I don't actually believe that myself. But hey, you know what? I'm not you. So if that's your truth, so be it. I can't really see the investigators sitting there telling you everywhere that they're going to be searching. Regardless, at the end of the day, the children, I want to make this very loud and clear. The children disappeared under yours and Malaya's care. Okay, that's the bottom line of it all, right? That's the base of all of this, regardless. Micmac, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. Let's just quickly say who got those. Sorry, my thing's just scrolling still. Oh, there we go. Okay. Catastrophe, Shelby, Sailor Moon, Vegan, and Sees Through got those. So thank you very much, Micmac, for your love and support. I know that, you're a great supporter of the Jack and Lily case, and you have been of this channel as well. I remember that spray painting you did on the rock, for Jack and Lily and stuff like that. Okay, so now again, bottom line is to me, this is about truth, and I'm not like, so on DT's channel, obviously, right, he's giving Janie and Derwood in chat, and on the lives, and Danielle, a voice to say what they want to say. I'm just looking at it from the middle ground, going, what doesn't make sense? Why doesn't this make sense? Right now, so for me, again, Daniel, again, I take no prisoners on this, okay? I don't give, honestly, a rat's ass who somebody is. When it comes to these two children deserving answers, they need the answers. And I'm going to look at everything that is said, what's not said, because you're looking, it's not like you, like red flags, they just pop, like as soon as I hear a red flag, it just, when I read something, it's just one of those things. When I know something is different than when it was said before and stuff like that. But in your case, there's just so many that I honestly can't keep up with it all. But at the end of the day, we want the truth for Jack and Lily. So whatever your truth is, whatever somebody else's opinion is, whatever my opinion is, and I do want to say something specifically to Derwood, Darren. Dude, you are one of the biggest Sailor Mouse ever. You want to talk about one of the biggest disrespects of that nobody can have an opinion unless they agree with you type of thing, on this one. But to me, like I said, Derwood flapping off with his mouth and saying that he knows where the children are and all that stuff. And, dude, like I said, I blocked your ass and you deserve it, because honestly, the way that you go off on people is absolutely ridiculous for a man of your age, to be honest with you. Like, you can disagree, but that's what kind of got me, Charmaine, is that when Derwood was talking in your chat, he was like, well, I guess you can have your opinion. And I'm like, really? So where was my opinion when he didn't like it and went off on me? Right. And then Daniel was like, I just come in the chat, right, looking at it because I was just coming off my break. Daniel's like, well, this chat's way better than Sunny's. Dude, I'm not the one with 2 missing children that were underneath my care. You are, right? Obviously you keep coming back to this channel, so I must not bug you too much. Maybe next live I'll pull out a bucket of KSC just for you on this one. On there, but it's just the ridiculousness of that. Like, I don't care, honestly. If you come, you come. If you don't, you don't really care. It's Jack and Lily. That's what we care about. Okay, so Charmaine or Kent, did you guys need to say anything again before I pull up these messages?
Well, with the dogs, I'm on the same page as Charmaine, that if they would have found the kids, we would have heard about it by now. But the unlikeliness of the kids being that close to the property, we don't know how far they went into the woods. We all, I think by this time, knows they didn't wander into the woods. If they were in the woods, not very far, or if, as some people believe, wandered down the street, then with Daniel being so close behind them and the RCMP and everybody else being so close behind them, if they walked away on their own, how could they get far enough away to not be noticed? So the dogs, we don't know if they're going to even tell us whether they get hits or where they get hits or if they didn't hit. But the dogs is going to give us clues if they give us enough information about what and where they checked. Because for the process to happen and for them to alert on the property, that means that they should be able to alert in the house if that's what happened. If anything happened and it happened afterwards, then it's not a piece of property that is going to tell us the most. It's going to be the vehicle of transport. So I think everybody could probably list 8 to 10 places that they would hope that they would have searched. And in my mind, there's another 8 to 10 vehicles that if they got no hits on the property, then they should be moving to vehicles. And that may tell us more than where they didn't search.
Well, and I'm going to wait for that update next week when it comes to them talking about the search and where they
Yep.
search and stuff. Like, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Whatever we say for that, for sure. right?
Everybody will be sitting on pins and needles what day next week that's going to come out because we don't know. And so it'll be the news of the week next week.
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure as of today, myself, CB, about the search, if it's done now or not, to be honest. I know that oh hey, I can see Ian. Hi Ian. You're muted, Charmaine.
Yeah, I didn't know I had my camera on. I apologize.
Yeah. He's cleaning off his fingers. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
I said hi, but we were muted, so.
Yeah.
Hello,
Okay.
everyone.
So again, I'm just gonna okay. Hi Ian. Bye Ian. Okay, so again, Danielle's the one, or Daniel. Daniel said to Danielle. He's been the one that's been doing oodles of talking. Okay. I think personally, wow. No, keep talking, Daniel. Keep talking, to be honest with you. Keep doing you, dude, at the end of the day. But I'm still going to sit there and say things about what I think, and you guys can say this. But so you guys know that Hidden in the Fog had some messages on. So I'm just going to make it bigger for the screen here as we get talking about this. So Daniel, I'm not sure if they're in the right order, but I think that they might be, honestly. But Daniel says he put his hand on my shoulder and said, am I the right one? Hold on. Let me get back to this. Nope. This is one. They asked me too if I burnt anything since May 2nd in the ashes or the stove because they seen ashes. I said, well, it was summer for the last few months. Why heat with wood in summer and then a fire ban? Same handler said all these weird things. He also said human remains, dogs can smell remains and ashes, which we heard that on the news, or that what was it on again? Not Zoom. Was it Zoom? No, not Zoom. Teams. On Teams. Yeah. I said I can't even believe that because I use Teams all the time. And yet for some reason I keeps thinking Zoom. I said, why are the dogs not inside here then? Oh yeah, right. I said, why are the dogs not inside here then? Instead of asking what a wood stove is, LOL. They did bring the dogs in the house. They did all the property too. The dog handlers came inside and asked me, okay, that's about the wood stove. And then, this is obviously again Susan from Hidden in the Fog. Obviously, the RCMP isn't stupid. They know exactly what a wood stove is. So, anyways, one of the handlers tried to get a false confession, Daniel says, out of me by trying to get me to admitting the murder of the kids. Investigators were privately talking to my mom, so it was only me and the dog handlers when they tried to pull this stunt. And again, if he's not in the order, he put his hand on my shoulder and said, Daniel, 2 children just don't go missing. I agree. I replied, yes, sir, I'm well aware of that. He then said something happened Thursday night. I said, no, it didn't. What are you referring to? He then said, we think you did something Thursday night. That's when I said, you even know anything on the case? He let's see, something like he replied, "No, not really. I seen you on the news in BC, once in BC." The convert, because the dogs are from this area, guys, my neck of the woods. You're welcome. The conversation went to on Charmaine too. Well, Charmaine's back in BC now. The conversation went a little something like that. May not be word for word. It was heartbreaking and sickening, Susan, to hear that. I told investigators after this, and they told me, Daniel, I'm sorry that we know what we know, and I'm sorry that that happened to you. I don't remember the guy's name, but his dog's name is Narc. What a good name. Yes, that handler thought so. It saddened me to, to have someone think such cruel shit. And then Daniel said something about the blanket site was searched multiple times, the pipeline where the footprint was found multiple times. The dog also did the property here multiple times over. Now, I do want to show you this. This was a post that your mother did, Daniel. If the RCMP, though, I think this is prior, right? This is prior to the dogs coming. The RCMP thought, she meant to say, there was a need to bring in cadaver dogs in. They would have already done so. Daniel has already asked. He even asked when he did his interview. Do you people listen? It's a missing case. Really, Janie? Really? You're going to say that to us? Do you people listen? Of course we listen. We're the ones that are freaking being voices for Jack and Lily, meaning everybody. Facebook groups. So obviously this was it. Not a criminal case. The RCMP want to bring in the dogs. Tell them to. I got nothing to hide. He'll bring as many as you like. Okay. So we all know that Daniel, of course, did this interview that I still actually have up on my screen, where he said 100% for sure that the children are alive, right? Now, I believe that Daniel, and correct me if I'm wrong, but that was the first time on an interview you actually said that. Now, I personally think that that was just another way that you're using the news to push your, narrative. And again, we don't know what involvement happened here, but I'm talking about the bullshit that's going on, that you're doing, that you've been doing with Jack and Lily's case. So you can't blame anybody for the position that you are in now, because this is what you have brought on yourself because of your words. And you guys know that I always like to use the words of the family that are speaking. Whether or not it's truthful or not is a whole different story. Now, I'm just going to say my personal thoughts, and then I'll go to Charmaine and then Kent. So my personal thoughts are this. There's a reason to me why the cadaver dogs are being brought in. And also there's a reason why that handler would say something like that to you. Why? In my personal opinion, it's because, like a lot of us, we don't believe your story. We don't believe yours or Malia's account of what happened that day. It hasn't been fruitful and truthful. It's had so many inconsistencies. So if they're saying something like that to you, I totally believe it's because they're looking at you. And you might think differently, but that's my opinion personally. For a handler to say that to you, again, I think those are pretty strong words, but I don't know necessarily that I would have admitted that, because to me, you're basically telling me that they actually are looking at you just by those words. So I don't know. I mean, again, if you feel like you're totally innocent from any involvement in this, again, from your lips to God's ears, other than that, to me, there's so many, there's not many things that have happened to Jack and Lily. There's some plausibilities that are minorly low. The woods, a strange random abduction, very unlikely. You guys have your thing that you're trying to push with the whole, missing, and you're trying to bring Haley and that into it, saying that you want her to take a polygraph. You know what? I've talked to Haley multiple times. Okay, and honestly, if I'm going to believe anyone, it's honestly going to be Haley, because I know from talking with her is that as a mother, she herself, she just wants answers like a lot of family members for Jack and Lily. And again, Haley's spoken up about the incident when Logan was pushing her narrative about, well, what you basically told her and what she saw partially. So it was kind of two things there. I know Logan wasn't telling everything because I already knew the truth to some of it. And when she was asked about CPS and stuff like that and different things, but of course she's not, right? She's your cousin, right? She's going to be on your side. I'm not on anyone's side. I'm on the side of Lily and Jack. I'm not here to push a narrative about Lily and Jack, besides the fact that Lily and Jack disappeared on yours and Malaya's dime, right? Again, so you truly, both you and Malaya, regardless, you can sit there and blame Malaya all you want, but you guys were in charge of Jack and Lily. The reason they are not with us today is because you guys weren't paying proper attention if you believe that they were just hidden and you constantly blame Malaya. Anyways, how this dog handler said things. That's how I feel. Okay, that's my opinion. Doesn't make it true. No, I'm hoping that the truth comes out for Jack and Lily. We all are, right? But I'm not here to, peddle this whole hidden theory and stuff like that. You've never told a timeline about that. And then there's some missed marks in yesterday's interview that maybe you should really clear up. You should clear up the 8 to 8:30 time frame because, again, Malaya said it. So, I mean, it's in the documents as well because they forgot to, redact it when it says from 8 o'clock and stuff like that. And you guys should really just this whole 20-minute time window. It would have made more sense, Daniel, if you literally would have just talked about that big piece of window. But because you've left it in this 20-minute time window, it's just unrealistic to believe. Now, Charmaine, are you busy or should I go to Kent next?
No, I'm not busy.
Okay. So Charmaine, what's your take on this, like the messages to Hidden in the Fog and what this handler said to Daniel? What's your take on that?
Personally, I think that it was thrown at Daniel to get a reaction. It really is that simple, in my opinion. Whether or not they got what they were looking for, I don't know, but it's common. It's a tactic. It happens. And I don't think there was anything more or less to it.
Mm-hmm.
And just really quickly, Summer, I don't give a shit.
Wait,
Just
Summer
put
said?
it that way. She doesn't like me because I talk crap about you and I talk crap about Justin. Justin is great. And I don't talk crap about Sunny and I don't talk crap about Justin. Yeah, so whatever. You're entitled to your opinion. I don't care. But thanks for announcing it.
Yeah, Charmaine, if you could just do it while I'm here on the live, instead of when I'm at work and I can't pay attention, that would be great. Nah. Yeah.
And also, so there was a little kind of a side conversation. Belinda had asked Daniel if he would be willing to talk to Daleen, her lawyer. And long story short, he's asked her to reach out tomorrow. So that's
Okay.
good news.
Well, again, we just want the truth, Daniel. And again, it's really hard when there's been so many inconsistencies. Again, I can't tell you how much that at the start of this, and even to this day, even watching that DT's live, right? I'm listening to every word that you were saying. And I'm always trying to go, am I wrong about Daniel? Is he just a bad talker and he's just, and you doing drugs and stuff like that, you guys' stuff going on, right? Okay. So you said that you did drugs, at least you admitted to that, but I don't think you admitted to the time that you last did the drugs, though, however. But whatever. Right. I mean, sometimes people don't want certain shit put out to the air, but certainly Malaya has said that to a few people now. And so that it was that night that she woke up and that you were doing meth. OK, so that's coming from Malaya. But anyways, well, hold on. We'll say that that's third hand information. But I'm going to believe definitely my source. And as for Alana saying it to Belinda, I mean, if two people are saying the same thing, chances are it's true, right? So, Kent, what do you think by these messages from the dog handler?
Well, I didn't watch Hidden in the Fog, but I've seen them on other channels as well. And I would be under the same impression as Charmaine. We're agreeing tonight, girl, for some reason. That they did it to get either a reaction or a read, I guess is the way some people would say it, not necessarily a outward reaction. And I can see the out of town cop being the one to say that, as Daniel has stated. I can see the other cops coming back and saying, well, you know, he shouldn't have really said that to you, this and that. That's the old scenario of good cop, bad cop. And you're definitely not going to want local investigators to be the bad cop. I agree with you, Sonny, saying that Daniel might not have wanted to say that right now, or at least say it in a different way.
Mhm.
Because as you perceive it, and probably 90% of the people out there would say that an officer would only say that if they were looking at you. And I think we all have to say that he's being looked at, because we don't know what they know. Was 3 people on the property, but I only believe that there's 2 people that could probably tell us what happened. Whether we would believe them or not on either side, I could probably predict that more people would want to believe Malaya than Daniel.
True.
But I also agree with Charmaine on the fact that Daniel told us right from the start that if he thinks that this case is going cold, that he would put more information out into the public and keep it going.
Yeah, you did say that.
So, like, he told us that right from the start. So, like, I just don't know. It's different. Something is off. And it's been long enough. And I hope next week, when they tell us what way the information is leaning from the dogs, then we can get a direction as well from them as to where the investigation is going. I don't believe Mr. Lewis that was there in the TV thing that they're 100%. He said there was 2 statements. I'm trying to think of the one that he. But anyways, he said there was 2 parts that they're 100% needing the tips from the public. I don't know if they need all the tips from the public. They need the right tip.
They need the right.
When he said they need somebody knows something that isn't speaking, that is the person that we need to hear from sooner rather than later.
Mhm.
Who that is, I have no clue.
Mhm. Okay. Are you good?
Yep.
Okay. I do want to say this. Hey, Bonnie. Um, the reason why I'm hard on Daniel is because Daniel is the biggest voice out there that is talking about, regardless of what he's talking about, it's all to do with Jack and Lily's case, regardless. So the reason I give Daniel a hard time is because, first of all, I'm just not a bullshit person. When I smell bullshit and when somebody is trying to bullshit and have so many inconsistencies, absolutely. I don't have the patience, time, or day. Uh, Kent, you're making some noise here. I'm just going to mute you for a sec. So it doesn't matter if it's Daniel or anyone else. If it was somebody else, hey, Zach, how are you? I would be doing the same thing. Honestly, we followed this case and I've seen everything. Okay. Again, I go based on the words of the family members and what's inconsistent. So because Daniel is out there the most, he's going to feel the brunt of the wrath. Absolutely. Whoops. Hit my thing. Absolutely. Will he? But yeah, I don't have, like I said, the patience for bullshit. Okay. From watching this case up until 5 months now, all we ever wanted was just truthfulness and not these inconsistencies or added stuff to the storyline. So at what point does it just get old? Well, it's old to me now, right? Because at the end of the day, no matter what Daniel says to me at all personally, is just that I can't take it for his word to be truthful because he's proven that it's not to be taken as truthful. He can think and know exactly perhaps what happened to Jack and Lily. I'm just going by what I'm seeing. And I don't think that all of us are this stupid that we haven't seen the inconsistencies. Now, Wolf, good thing you just talked about that, to be honest with you. Where's Wolf? Wolf. Where are you? Okay. Wolf. I'll ask again. Logan is telling people on Facebook that you have an extra phone. Is that true? And did you give it up? And is she lying about it? Well, I'm going to bring you to my next picture. Now, honestly, I'm going to show you this, and you guys can make of it what you will. But remember about the hustle and kerfuffle that was going on in the bathroom that night? So what I'm about to show you is dated for the evening time of May 2nd in Malaya and Daniel's bathroom. So remember, all the Brookside family was in there. Daniel was making this freaking tons of noise, stuff like that. But I was also told that Daniel had two burner phones. I could also tell you, okay, I'll say allegedly, I could also tell you who Daniel's dealer is that he bought drugs, rugs, whatever you want to call it from. Now, again, I'll just say allegedly, okay? Again, information that I was given. But again, at the end of the day, if Daniel does drugs, my niece, right, has had an issue with drug substance abuse, okay? It's not the end all to be all. But you know what? I'm glad that he did admit a lot more yesterday, even though I don't think he admitted the truth about when the last time he did it was. But anyways, going back to the phone. So this particular night, there's a lot of noise going on in the bathroom. So I'm going to show you the picture. And here we go. Let's see here. There we go right here. Okay. May 2nd at 8:57 that night. Okay. So Daniel, since you're here, perhaps you could clear up. Well, actually, I'd like to ask you two questions about this picture. What phone did that come out of? That device here. Here, let me make it bigger for you guys. Okay. You see this device that was sitting? This is the bathroom inside of Malaya and Daniel's trailer. Okay. There's some keys over here that are really muddy and dirty. What kind of keys are those for? I was going to ask. Since you're here, I mean, if you just want to answer, that would be great. And then what were you doing? Was this why that loud noise was happening? And it wasn't actually that you were doing meth in the bathroom and that you were taking apart a phone? Is that possibly what this is? Because again, the timestamps here, May 2nd, 8:57. So again, you're pushing this narrative that the Malaya Brookside family Here, I'm just going to come back down again. You're pushing this narrative that the Brookside family, especially Haley, for instance, has something to do with it, that her, Hayden, and whatever, that the blanket was planted in. You want her to take a polygraph test. Now, Haley has stated on the Decibel and as well to myself that this blanket and this hole, you've never said anything about the hole in a garbage bag up until she heard it on DT show. Okay. Now, again, Haley wants justice. And I'm sure that Cindy and Wade and so many other family members besides Belinda Chelsea and all the and Belinda's son, want answers for Jack and Lily, right? So could you just tell us, Daniel, since I got the picture up here anyway, why is that piece of what looks to be a piece of a phone, right? And is it because of those two burner phones? Like what was it you were actually doing in that bathroom when they knocked on the door and wanted to use the bathroom and heard all this kerfuffling going on? And just if you could just say what those keys are for that are in the corner there on top of that plastic thing. Now, Charmaine, what do you think? What do you got to say about this picture? Anything?
I would like to hear from Daniel.
I would like to hear from Daniel as well, because if Daniel, if he wants to use his own words and say something, about this particular, device that's sitting here and all this noise that was going on in the bathroom, do you want to clear it up? Or was it the phone you were actually work? Well, this is at like 9 o'clock, 8:57 at night, right? But I mean, besides the fact that Janie said that the Brooks family was just there for food and eating it all, besides all that, there was obviously this different story that was going on. And maybe it's something that you didn't really want to talk about, the drug use, stuff like that. But obviously, when you're dealing with a true crime community, everyone's going to pull out every single detail about you on that. So again, if you're here and you want to clear it up, by all means do. But I'm really myself, I'm not here to push this narrative of that they're 100% alive. I don't believe that for a second. But anyways, and same with Charmaine, let's just talk about that part, okay? About this whole hidden and that they're alive, and that Durwood's spewing it out there about the fact that these children are alive. He knows where they are, and that he's going to not say anything to the RCMP because they're in a better place. Just what's your thoughts on that? It's a water heater. Yeah, in the bathroom.
I believe I've been pretty clear on my thoughts about that. It doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. For the kids to have been hidden. Can you hear me? Like, what are you doing?
Who?
You. Are you trying to talk? Like,
no.
Oh, you can hear me? Okay. So now on my channel in chat, Durwood said that he believes that First Nations CPS escorted the kids out. And I don't want to be disrespectful, but that is ridiculous to think that a stranger walked into their house, put Jack's coat on him, didn't put Lily's coat on her, escorted the kids out without them making a noise, without them asking who this stranger is, or even if they knew the person, not speaking a word. And then to have them still being hidden 5 months later. And Travis, it's not the water heater we're looking at, it's the scraps of a key fob and a cell phone.
Yeah. So just to be clear on that, it's on a water heater in the bathroom. When the Brookside, Murray side over there was trying, like we're all in the trailer. Someone had to go to the bathroom, and they heard Daniel making all this noise in there, and they all kind of went to go inspect. So yes, it's on a water heater, and that's obviously like, I don't know, circuit board to whatever phone
If it's a nothing burger, then
Then say it. If it's a
let's
nothing
hear
burger,
it. What is it? Explain it. Just it's easy to explain. If you drop your phone and that's all that's left of it, say that. If you
Yeah.
accidentally ran over your key fob, then say that. But
Yeah.
here it is. This is from day one in the bathroom at
right?
the trailer where the kids went missing from. So
Exactly.
I don't
And
think it's a nothing burger. And yes, the RCMP have it. So
oh yeah, absolutely. Um, absolutely. Um, I had asked if I could share it. Um, so had it for quite a while now, and I asked today if I could share it, and I was told, yeah. The thing is like I said, I'm not buying into this whole hidden thing. It seems it's absolutely absurd that somehow that these children that are hidden and absolutely alive, that the RCMP and all these major crime unit investigators on the case are clueless to this. Okay, it's ridiculous and it's absurd to believe that. I don't buy that for 1 second that they are. Now, if Daniel wants to push that or believe that, or whatever his truth might be, I'm just looking at the inconsistencies. I'm looking at this about answers for Jack and Lily. So when it comes to children, you don't play games and you be truthful. So if the truth is the truth, then it comes out organically. There's no pulling teeth. Now, Daniel's actions over these last few months have shown that, again, he chose never to go and talk about it on somebody's live just to clear up discrepancies. And that's before the shit hit the fan, really. And he could have, but he chose not to. Instead, he decided to pop in and pop out of channels like he's doing and propagating. And ever since those documents come out, right, he was asked 4 questions. Okay. I've already told you guys, like with Gemini, just because you're asked 4 questions, and yeah, they ask you whatever. But honestly, a full-fledged liar, they could pass a polygraph. Now, at the end of the day, I take those with a grain of salt. It was 4 questions that were asked. Daniel was asked, did they ask you about anything about the disappearance or this or that? He said no, that everything was just about the murder or whatever, or accessory to the fact of Jack and Lily. Right? But because Daniel himself has proven himself to be full of BS in a lot of things, right? We know there's some truth within the BS, but what is that truth anymore? I'm not even here to even try to understand it anymore. Besides, I just know that there's nothing that Daniel can say until this case is solved that could make me sit there and go, you know what, Daniel, I believe you. Because I don't believe that he doesn't know. I don't believe that Malaya doesn't know either. I believe that both of them know what happened to Jack and Lily. Because if I don't believe in the hidden and I don't believe that at random, that's my opinion and I'm allowed to have it. And Durwood, he keeps saying like, Sonny, you keep accusing and running. No, I am allowed to say in my opinion. I'm allowed to talk about it. Just like you, Durwood, and Daniel keep blaming Malaya's family. Like I said, I can show you post after post where you're blaming Malaya. Right? So, dude, you can't sit there and say that Malaya has nothing to do with it when, I mean, obviously she would only be the reason. There's nobody that snuck into your house without someone's knowledge, like you were trying to say. You honestly believe that someone's freaking put their hand in a garbage bag and pulled out this blanket. We're going to get into the blanket, but Ken, go ahead. What do you think about this picture? Just like might be nothing, could be something.
Yeah, like when you received that picture, you asked us the same question, and it's some sort of electronics, phone, key fob, remote. Should be a simple question to answer. I know you're not going to get it tonight because they say that Daniel has left.
Well, that's fine, and
But
so be it. I don't care.
hopefully,
But he could clear it up.
yeah. Well, that's what I mean. Hopefully he will. I'm sure that other channels will have this all over tomorrow. And I'm sure he will catch one of them. And hopefully, whatever he answers in one, he'll answer in the other.
You know, if Daniel, Malaya's not really been speaking. Besides in Messenger to me, the two times that we posted stuff to Belinda and her interview, right? I mean, it's really hard to understand Malaya's actions, why she's done what she's done, versus Daniel, who's just been out there. Like honestly, like like a
And
little
with their roles of parents, you could logically expect it to be switched. Like Malaya
Yeah.
is the biological parent. You could expect her to be the one out there pleading for anything and everything and saying everything. And Daniel could be the one that could be shut up quieter than a mouse. But that's not what we have.
Nope, that's not what we have. And I have taken all of Daniel's messages and stuff like that, and put them into Gemini, just to see. Like I just simply put in his words and just ask him to analyze it. Okay. And it will always come back with the same thing. It's not proving guilt or innocence, but what it's saying is a person basically that is either has guilty knowledge, or basically it's more about his ego and talking about himself. Like I'd have to look at how it was worded on Gemini, but it's always about somebody that seems to be more focused on presenting his truth instead of really worrying about Jack and Lily. Basically, it will show the inconsistencies and what's being said. Again, not saying that it's guilt or innocence, because Gemini, of course, won't answer it that way, but it definitely is not shining a best light. It's basically someone pushing a narrative is actually what Gemini had said multiple times. Because again, I'm not there to sit there and type in all these words. I just say, please analyze this. And, and then it will say, do you want me to show you all the red flags between Daniel and Malaya's and Janie's statements? And I'm just like, yeah, sure. Right. And stuff like that, because it's their own words getting put in there. And it really comes back always the same, is that the truth, like there seems to be guilty knowledge, or that, again, this person is more focused on themselves than, say, Jack and Lily, in the easiest way to say that. And just the differences. And it also points out the inconsistencies, like I said, in his words as well, and stuff like that. So I'm just like, this is sweet, guys. I love this whole Gemini thing. I don't know why I wasn't using it before. It's a really remarkable tool, to be honest with you, right? Because it takes the information, and if I got the words, from Daniel or Malaya and put them in there, right, it just gives you an analysis of it all. Let's see here. Charmaine, did you need to? I'm just trying to think here, because what I was going to do next was I wanted to play Haley's clip from Decibel when she's talking about the blanket again, and again what she has said about how Daniel was acting.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot. Ian knocked my microphone over. I don't really have anything to say other than I want to let people know that Travis is a lawyer, but he is a defense lawyer, and he sees things differently than most of us do. And it's fine. And I think all opinions are fine about this information. Never mind. I'm not even going to say it, but let's move on to the blanket so I can get real heated. Why not?
Sarah, maybe it is. That's not what Gemini told me it was at all. It's not even close to that. Okay, Charmaine. As for crying, actually, to be honest with you, I don't even know who you are, to be honest. Driving and crying. unless you changed your name. A lot of original subs are here. Maybe some dick ones I blocked or something, but they're still here. They're still here. And if anyone doesn't like the channel, then they just go away. And that's perfectly fine as too. So I'm not sure if that was like a dig or not, right? There's a ton of people here that are absolutely have been following this channel on the case for, well, since the beginning. Some of them I got rid of, not gonna lie, on there. Okay, so no, when you put that in Gemini, not at all. To be honest with you, nothing. Again, Daniel can clear it up, but it has a B positive and a B negative on it. I don't know a shitload about the electronic side. Don't get me wrong, and stuff like that. But hey, again, there was a bunch of noise going on. Daniel could clear it up. Was it the meth, or was you taking this apart or something? I don't know. It's just easy to clear up if Daniel wanted to, right? But over time, I've seen the story change. Now I find it hard to believe him, right? And that's the thing, right, Belinda? That's just the bottom line of it, that the story has changed, and it's changed even more and more as it progressive. So how can you believe that, right? Like, in your heart of hearts, when somebody is saying something and those there's so many of these red flags going off, and the truth is hard to come by, the full truth. Like, just even the full timeline, right? You could have hid some of the stuff, but just the full timeline. But even that was deceptive, right? And then Janie saying that she heard the kids. In what land did that happen? Because you have not proven one way or the other when Malaya or a family member could have put these children into a vehicle in this 20-minute timeline at all. It doesn't make sense. They're not going to waste money bringing in the dogs. If they believed you, Durwood and Danielle, if they believed you people that think that these children are hidden somewhere, do you honestly think that they would waste their times at this, honestly, coming in with the cadaver dogs looking for human remains? Because these children are off in somebody's home being well taken care of. Is that just not absurd? Where'd Kent go? Kent dropped. But anyways, I reversed the image and searched it. No, it was a circuit board. Absolutely. Well, you know what? I put the image into Google Gemini, not the Google image search, and that's not what it said at all. However, I will look at that, but that's not what it said at all. But I'll look at that. Thanks, Sarah. Right? I mean, Daniel can clear it up. Is it from okay, driving and crying. I asked Daniel. He said it was inside of a vape pen and has a bin in them. I did send you a picture. I asked Daniel. He said it was inside of a vape pen. You talking about the curly coily? You talking about the picture? Oh, I'm not sure what DT is talking about here. I did send you a picture. Okay. He has sent you a photos to confirm this picture. He said it is. That's not a vape pen. Why? I'm talking about the picture that's on the screen. Not a freaking. I got vape pens right here. Maybe the coily thing is from a vape pen. I don't know. But not the green piece that I'm talking about, the circuit board thing. But I'll have a look at that in a second. Okay, I'm gonna. I want to play. Where did Kent go? Okay, so we're gonna talk about the blanket. And sorry, I'm probably behind in chat. I'm gonna talk about the blanket that was found in the tree, of course, right? Again, when Haley, I know, talked about this blanket, it was just like somebody had just kind of tossed it over. It wasn't like it was, say, entangled. It was just like somebody had, tossed it over. And Danielle did say that, what was my thought, Charmaine? I lost my thought. I'll come back to that thought because I was too busy looking at DT's question. On there. Community Perils, new member. Thank you for becoming a new member. Check out the picture. There is a circuit board in vape pens. Oh, okay. I'll take a look at that. I'll take a look at that. Because honestly, I was just like, does it have anything to do with it? Because like, again, there was a ton of noise going on in that bathroom. There was this whole argument about meth being done and that Daniel was acting like his running around with his that he was doing everything and stuff like that. I'm not on the belief. I know that DT has a whole different thought process about this, you know, about how the children, but for me, I'm still under the assumption myself, or my own opinion, that the children, that the family members, at least 2 of them, know exactly what happened to Jack and Lily. Where did Kent go, Charmaine? Where's Kent? Oh, Kent. Oh, he fell asleep. I know it's so late out there for you guys. Okay. But anyways, I wanted to play this again, okay? Because again, I'm not here to try to sell this whole hidden thing, and I'm not here to buy Daniel's or Malaya stuff either. Just truth for Jack and Lily. Will I point out inconsistencies? Absolutely, all day long, because it's not my words, it's their words, and I'm going to use it against them if they're being inconsistent, right? Absolutely. But like I said, there's different 3 sides, I guess, to a story, right? But again, all we keep hearing about is, Daniel and the children are alive, and I'm telling the truth and all that stuff, but you haven't been. That's just it, and again, I have 5 months of knowledge of watching this. And so 1 second here, I'm gonna play this. Stop share. Yeah, kind of a lot of stuff has come out this week, I guess, eh? Okay, so I'm just going to hit from this part on.
That came out in the documents is this pink blanket that, has come up in other stories we've reported on. And the key thing about this pink blanket is that it was found a kilometer from the trailer where Jack and Lily disappeared from. And it's perhaps the only physical clue in the case. So what's interesting is that Malaya's sister found this blanket along with 2 other family members the day the children were reported missing in the afternoon. And Daniel originally said that blanket was not Lily's. Malaya said the blanket was Lily's. Then Daniel suggested that the people who found the blanket planted it. So I spoke with Malaya's sister, Haley Ferdinand, who found the blanket, and she denies having planted anything.
We most certainly did not. And that's on everything I have, the person I am. I would not do that in the midst of to obstruct a case for missing children, regardless if they're related to me or not. I would never. So
why do you think Daniel is suggesting that you planted it? He told that to me as well.
Probably because I was the one that was hot on his ass the whole time we were there.
Okay.
And he didn't like me from the get-go when I got there, because he would not speak to any of Malaya's family when we showed up to help the search for Lily and Jack. He'd put his head down. He would ignore us. He would walk away from us. He wouldn't engage in conversation, and I kept at him. I was there for Jack and Lily, and I'm still here for Jack and Lily.
We're not sure what all of this means, but it's very interesting information, and perhaps the only physical clue that the public knows about at this point. And that blanket, police have told us, has been sent for forensic testing.
Oh gosh, I've not just gone back and forth to the community, but I've gone to many other parts of the province where people that are related to these children live. And
Now, Charmaine, what I wanted to kind of focus on there was besides the blanket and stuff like that, um, you know, a couple things with that. First of all, what do you think about what Haley was saying about Daniel's reaction? Like how he was just avoiding and
I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't paying attention. I was in the kitchen. I'm so sorry.
oh, it's okay. So basically, what this was about, and Daniel, I sent you a message in Messenger, and only just because I don't have time to talk about it, but I definitely know that there's some hostility going on with people being blocked and stuff like that. But you know, like I said, we've been friends for a long time, and whatever. I'll message you after, okay? Because again, it's I get there's this again different stuff going on right now with this all. At the end of the day, regardless, still every creator can do whatever they want. Even if necessarily I don't agree myself, but you know, because me and Daniel had kind of talked about this before about mods just blocking comments and stuff like that. But hey, at the end of the day, it's his channel. Other people can watch him or not watch him. So it was about, so Haley was talking about the blanket. Obviously, you know, she's saying like, so Daniel's pushing this narrative that Haley basically wants her to be polygraph test and that she's basically that planted the blanket. Okay. So first of all, what time frame did Haley do this then? What time did Malaya's family do this? What time did they go into? Yeah, go ahead.
Honestly, what is the harm in doing a polygraph test? If the RCMP don't deem it necessary, then move on. But I think that why not? If polygraphs are the be all end all in this case, enough to clear people, which it isn't and hasn't been, why not? Haley should take one. Why not? Because I believe Haley. I do. 100%. She didn't plant that blanket. 100%. 100%.
100,000.
Talk.
I believe Haley didn't plant that blanket more than 100%. I believe that they're alive. Fair? Fair.
I mean, I don't know. Either way, maybe they are. Maybe they are. But I know nobody's been cleared.
I was going to say
you're responsible to spread that information.
Mm-hmm. What do you think about the fact of what Haley was saying that Daniel was avoiding, wouldn't talk to any of the Malaya Brooks side of the family? That, you know, again, that he was acting like he was the only person searching, and you know, and like I said, that whole meth thing became a big thing about why he was acting like this way and stuff like that. Do you think that that's maybe, if that is allegedly, if that was maybe like if he was on meth or coming off of meth, who knows, acting this weird way? Do you think that maybe that's why he was avoiding, or do you think it's more sinister than that? I don't know.
I mean, it could be either way. Honestly, we don't know, right? And the reason why we don't know is because, like I keep saying, at the very beginning, from day 4, whenever we did our first live, we were, and it's not Team Daniel, Team this, that. We wanted desperately to believe in Daniel, but it's been his own words that have changed that, right? So I don't know what to think of his behavior now, and in the now thinking back at things that happened. It's hard to say, but I mean, it could be either. He could have been avoiding. He swears that he doesn't do drugs, whatever. So, I mean, we can take that off the table. Because like I said today, it is so easy for us to believe anything that Daniel says that might reflect negatively on him, right? We're like, oh shit, Daniel said that and it doesn't make him look good. So we believe it. But we don't believe anything else he says. So trying to keep an unbiased way of thinking, maybe he was panicked and not paying attention to anything other than looking for the kids. It's hard to say, but I will
Oh.
say that the
Mhm.
whole bag story with the hand hole and doesn't fly with me. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
There's no basis in fact or reality.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Um,
it's getting a little silly. I mean, I don't see a reason to keep that conversation going in chat. There's obviously some disdain here, and it's well earned. It's not my channel. I'll let Sunny deal with it, but honestly, people are losing it in chat. Like,
Jenny called me a liar. And I was going to say, you guys, I don't want DT to be attacked in the chat. And again, I know that a lot. I'm just going to say this, DT, and I said this at the start of the live. Okay. So me and Daniel, like I said, have known. I've been on his lives. He's been on here for a few years now, for sure. Okay. Now, although he has a different thought, I just honestly can't stomach listening to Daniel, Janie, and Durwood and stuff like that. So I just choose mostly not to watch. Now, I know that there's a ton of people from here that feel like the mods are just blocking people. Now, I will say this. When I was looking at the chat yesterday, and I did see a lot of comments that I thought were unnecessarily blocked myself. But, at the end of the day, I did tell Daniel about this because a lot of you guys feel very insulted that you guys can't have your opinion over there and that you're just getting blocked and whatever. Now, that still, regardless, that's up to Daniel. However, if you guys feel that that's going on over there, then I would suggest not going over there, obviously. At the end of the day, Daniel's going to run his channel and I'm going to run my channel the way that I see fit. Now, is there animosity going on that I can see? Absolutely, right? Charmaine got blocked and someone was accusing Kent yesterday. And I seen that comment actually about fire. So there's a lot of hurt feelings going on. Now, like I said, Daniel's always been a good friend, but I know that we think differently about this case and he's doing his thing and I'm doing my thing, but I did want to, of course, say this, but I don't want Daniel to come in here and just be attacked. But I mean, if you guys are being good about it, absolutely, right? Respectful about it, absolutely. But I don't want him to feel like he's being attacked here either. If he wants to answer you, he will. I'm meaning Daniel from the Drunk Turkey Show and stuff like that. I wanted to talk to Daniel later about this, if he wants to listen to me. And just because I know that there's a lot of this case has drawn out the good and the bad, right? Absolutely. And I like on this channel, if you're being disrespectful to others and you're just being rude and ignorant to the channel creators and the people that are on it or in chat, right? You guys know I'll just kick your asses out of here. Absolutely. But I do like different opinions. I do love different thoughts and stuff like that. I'm not here to kiss Daniel's ass, like not Daniel Drunk Turkey, but DT's ass. Now I'm saying DT. Daniel Martell's, Janie's butt, Durwood's butt. I'm here for Jack and Lily. And again, I know that there's a lot of, hard feelings kind of going on at this moment. And I did want to talk to Daniel about that privately. But knowing full well, I also want to express that I know that you guys are saying that you guys keep getting blocked or timed out and stuff over there. Again, I can only let him know that. But he's going to run the channel how he runs the channel. And Belinda, yes, is correct. I mean, Why, like, I know that Belinda said something earlier here about Janie calling her basically a liar, in not so many words, by saying that she didn't say about hushing the kids. I know that literally after Belinda got off the phone with Janie, we talked about this conversation, and she absolutely, to Belinda, had talked about potholes and about hushing the kids, and then she kind of backed out of it. I think that was here on this one. I will always be here first for Jack and Lily, and the second person I'll always be here for, besides, Shermina or whatever, is Belinda and Chelsea. They have been true warriors, and especially Belinda, because Chelsea, she was there, but, always speaking with Belinda. And Chelsea, I see her, a lot of places now, and that's good. And, and everyone knows that Belinda has our heart on this channel when it comes to being a voice for Jack and Lily. And yeah, all I'm going to say about that, though, is I can only, for you guys being upset about DT's channel, again, I can only say to him, like I am knowing now, how you guys are feeling. But either you watch him or you don't, right? Okay. I'm probably so far behind you guys if I'm not seeing the comments. I'm scrolling right down to the bottom. There's been a lot going on, right? And did the command center set up an area that had been better cell service when they brought in the big communication trucks? Well, I would assume that was probably a decent thing. Did Daniel leave? Like Daniel John Carquisha? I'm not. Sorry, guys. I know who to do more than timeout when they come on the show, but I agree with you. I'll run it my way. You run your way. I haven't yet to tell you how to run your show, but it's all good, Sunny. Yeah. Rob, at the end of the day, I can only tell them what you guys are feeling and what I'm feeling. Like, just what's mostly what you guys are feeling. Because, like, again, it's not like I've been timed out or whatever and stuff like that. I do my stuff. Daniel does his. It's either you like it or don't like it, really, at the end of the day. But here, you can definitely, have a voice. Just be respectful about it. Can have your different. I'm not here to protect. The only person actually out of this whole one is Belinda. Right? You don't attack Belinda, or your ass can be grass, or Chelsea. Okay. Other than that, then, so I think some of you guys said your piece there and all that. I don't want drama.
Drippy.
At the end, eh?
Drippy.
What about Drippy?
Where? Honestly.
What'd you say?
Drippy is here.
What about? Yeah, Drippy. Yeah.
She's been missing in action. Then she showed up in Nova and then didn't come to mine and now just showed up like, what, 2 hours into yours? The hell, man.
Well, I mean, I seen Drippy in Daniel John Turkey shows last night. I don't know. Drippy.
Yeah, until she got timed out. But anyways, I know that this is totally your channel, I know, but I think
okay. Go ahead.
I think the message got across, and it's just a conversation because he is your friend. It's a conversation you guys need to have on your own, just to let him know how your people feel. And I understand sometimes we can get, and we know when Daniel comes into a chat or Durwood comes into a chat, people can get pretty straightforward. In my opinion, he's earned that, but on my channel, I ask for it to be done respectfully, and they know what they're walking into. But like I said, what went on last night is inexcusable and irresponsible. To allow that comment about Kent to go by when the mods over there, they're pretty on it. They're pretty on it. So I don't think it was accidental. And it sent a really bad message. It's like being in, I don't know, I can't remember what channel, but the Delphi channels, remember that?
Yeah.
When things would go just absolutely sideways. But if you weren't on one side and you even dared to venture into one of those channels, you would be attacked, you would be ripped to shreds and spit out if you had an opinion that didn't go towards what the channel was trying to talk about that day.
Yeah.
And I just feel like in a case of two missing kids, just like two little girls who's had their lives taken in that case, there's more important things to do than to censor our chats. Just ask people to be adults and respectful. And hopefully, most of us understand that by being rude and accusatory towards these people are not going to get us any answers.
Mm-hmm.
But to completely censor and then allow something like that to somebody who is 100% not involved and completely innocent in this case and does nothing but spread awareness and make signs and enter parades and does everything that he possibly can to raise awareness, and to allow that kind of shit to pass in your chat, I think is irresponsible. So.
Charmaine, yeah, sure. Now, I'm just going to be absolutely honest again. Me and DT have been friends for quite a few years. You know, him and Big Blue and Jaime, you know, have been a great group of people. I don't really see Jaime and Big Blue anymore. I get what you guys are saying. Absolutely. Again, it's his channel. He can do what he wants. Even if I don't agree with what I saw, it's still not my channel, and I'll run this channel this way. And but I will say to you guys this: I think I love different opinions. I love different thoughts. There's a difference between saying something and different between being rude. And I told my mods of this always from the start: don't just block people because you don't like their comments. Okay, block them if they're being ignorant and rude. But just because you're not agreeing with them doesn't mean that you block them, because I don't like myself the heavy hand in moderate. I actually have no rules about too much. All I ask is to be respectful and kind. And other than that, your voice can absolutely be heard. Now, I see that there's this tension going on. So I've kind of find myself a little bit in the middle here, because although my thoughts and ideas about this case are absolutely different than Drunk Turkey shows, right? And it's more Daniel and Janie and Durwood is mostly really why I too much just don't want to watch it, because I've watched like this stuff for 5 months, and now it's just, you know, like the interview yesterday was nice. To finally that Daniel did sit down, even if you don't believe him and stuff like that. But like, I understand why Kent's hurt. I understand why Charmaine's hurt. Why they feel this way at the moment. So I'm kind of finding myself a little bit in the middle, because I've always respected DT, and even though we have different opinions. Okay, go ahead.
Don't find yourself in the middle of me. What I asked and what went on with me, it's done. It was 2 weeks ago. I don't care. It's irrelevant to me. But you know how worked up I was about what I heard this morning. And that is not right. And then when it's explained, to not offer an apology or go back and look at it, have a meeting with your mods, maybe let them know that that happened, something, because that was wrong. It was so wrong, because that story that was put in that chat yesterday is making its rounds, and we got to put a stop to it. It's not right. You block, timeout, delete comments, run the channel the way you want to run the channel, whatever. But that kind of stuff,
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, I mean, I think that we can all definitely learn things. And again, Daniel will do whatever he wants, but absolutely, Kent did not deserve that comment regardless. It should have been deleted. Absolutely. Right. Because it was just ridiculous. You know what? It was just that was like hitting below the belt to somebody that's not even involved in the case. And for someone to actually, like, I'm talking to the person that actually put that post there. Again, honestly, for a man that has literally grown so much on this channel to watch what he's doing for Jack and Lily, and then to sit there and say, like, that obviously hurt him a lot, it did. But again, I wanted to talk with DT later because obviously I was getting ready for a live and he was doing a live and stuff like that, because I wanted to explain to him about kind of like, he had asked me to go on a live tonight, but obviously I was with you guys. But I know how you feel, Charmaine, and I know how Kent's feeling. And yet it's one of those things that I've always kind of gone on DT shows when he's asked me to do so. But I kind of was now feeling like a bit put in the middle because I don't want to offend DT and I don't want to offend you or Kent and stuff like that. So I feel, at this moment, I just think that, well, first of all, I need to absorb it and talk about it more better. Because again, there's a lot of emotions going on with this case of Jack and Lily and a lot of things that are happening. And I usually don't pay attention to drama and stuff like that. However, I was watching the live yesterday as I was like, looking at my keyboard there and when I could, and then I would hit replay on my breaks and stuff like that. And I did see comments just that were just getting deleted like for no reasons. Like they weren't even bad comments. So that's why I figured I would talk later with DT and just, he can do still what he wants. But
on the screen, DT, this is the comment that was allowed to pass in your chat last night after everybody else's were being deleted.
Not sure how that applies to Kent. You put this, not sure how that applies to Ken and accusing him of burning his shop to hide bodies. I don't care about me. Blocked, unblocked, all good. What happened yesterday was, yeah. Anyways. Okay.
Terrible.
Well,
terrible.
Yeah.
Because
it was a horrible comment. It was.
They just let that stuff go because of their personal feelings towards Ken. But don't ask Daniel any questions. It's not a good look.
Well, yeah. I mean, if I was just being truthful from what I seen is that the mods were very heavy-handed on deleting people's comments. If anyone said anything, even asked a question to Durwood or something in chat, their messages were getting deleted and stuff like that. And I don't know. Again, it's just what I saw. And I personally was like, wow, I can't believe that. So that's why I wanted to talk to Daniel and just see if, I know as a creator though, Charmaine, I do know as a creator that I miss tons of comments that are probably said that are really shitty comments. But the mods, but the mods, my mods here, again, they know to block very infrequently at all. I'm the one that's usually doing the blocking because somebody's being a jerk off and stuff. But what I personally did see, and I'll just say this from my own personal self, from what I saw, I just kept seeing comments getting deleted that didn't deserve. I was told, I remember seeing someone say that you're not allowed to ask a question about to Janie or whoever it was, and I was like, wow, really?
That's not the issue that people took. It wasn't like, I'm not talking about people being blocked and their comments being deleted. I have my own thoughts on that and whatever. It's not my channel. I don't bother with it. But the reaction to that comment was able to feed through those many mods saw that comment and it was
Yeah.
allowed to stay. And so were the other comments that followed. And all people that did not like Kent because they were on the lookout for questions towards Durwood, Janie, Daniel.
Yeah.
But I
Just-
know that they saw those comments because other people were following up on it. It was
Yeah.
a whole thing.
Mhm.
So that's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. And whether or not DT missed it himself, fine. But for
I
his
think-
mods to think that that was okay, he needs to have a mod meeting. Because, I mean, that just started it up again. Because if you watched other channels today, they were talking about that same shit again. It's just, it's not right. Kent's done nothing wrong.
I was gonna say, and I think because I was gonna say, right? I mean, with Kent,
That's just it, Travis. I said nothing wrong. I asked a
What-
question for something that I had a receipt for. It was just for clarification. And it
Please
was
don't-
directed at DT. It was to not direct. Daniel wasn't even there. I wanted clarification. I was not disrespectful.
yeah. Please don't. But I ask you in chat, please don't put DT down, please. Okay. If you want to ask him a question, like you guys did, I think some of you guys did about his mods and blocking and not whatever. But don't put DT down.
Yeah, this isn't about DT personally. This is about the mods there that need to, because I'm guilty of it too. Like everybody that comes on my channel is a mod, and they all have different perspectives and different opinions, right? So maybe one mod doesn't like a certain person because they heard rumors, so everything they say is going to get removed. But it's still my channel, and I still have to make sure that my mods know where I stand and what I think is acceptable and what I don't.
That's
And I
true.
mean, it shouldn't be, nothing should be directed at DT because he's hosting a show, right? But it's still his channel, and I
get what you.
I would ask and almost plead him to have a meeting with his mods and straighten that kind of shit out because that was horrendous.
Well,
Travis
I
is
mean-
gonna get his white pants, his tight pants, remember?
oh my God, Travis, I don't even want to hear about your tidy pants. All right. But yeah, I mean, I would honestly just like of course, the channels to, respect each other. But by the same token, I get what you guys are feeling about that. And correct, I would agree. Like, meaning Daniel can still do whatever he wants. That DT I'm talking about, at the end of the day. But I've seen some heavy-handed mods in other chats and stuff like that. But they're definitely heavy-handed over there. And again, I don't really speak in them. And stuff like that. And I don't overly even pay attention to that until someone brings it to my attention. So I just happened to see some comments being put up yesterday as I was like looking over, and all of a sudden they were just gone. And I was like, but it wasn't even a bad comment. And it was happening time after time again, So I agree, Charmaine. I mean, DT will do whatever he wants, but again, I don't want this to be animosity between the channels because we're just trying to cover Jack and Lily's case in our own ways and stuff like that. But anyways, maybe he'll put some thought into it. We'll leave it at that. Okay, so now in saying that, you guys, okay, so this got side railed just a little bit there. I know someone said that DT's live was over, and stuff like that. And, so I like I said, when I saw him in the chat here, he's probably watching after it and stuff like that. Yeah, it's just hard because like DT is a good friend of mine, right? But maybe he'll take maybe he'll listen perhaps to what was being said, because we all just want to, discuss Jack and Lily and not feel like we're always being filtered from it and stuff like that. Nobody wants to feel like that because, but then again, if there is, say, the same way, no changes, and again, either you watch him or you don't. But as for Kent, I will live on the sword and die on the sword with that. How wonderful that man is, and he does not deserve such insults. You know, Daniel and Malaya have 2 children that are missing. Okay, that's the focus is Jack and Lily. But to sit there and say something like that to Kent is just, you're beyond scum. That person that said that, by the way. But anyway, but I just want the channels to get along, and again, hopefully DT puts some thought into that, you know, maybe does have a talk with his mods, and we'll see. So
We
yeah,
work better as a team because we're all looking for the same outcome, for the same goal, right? So why are we infighting? Honestly, that's why I started doing my own thing on my own channel, because of all the infighting and the shit. It's too much. And the focus is not on Jack and Lily anymore when it gets to censorship and Team Daniel or Team Malaya or Team this and Team that. And I said today, Jack and Lily's voices, Belinda's army, and if you want to be, you know, I don't even know what they would call themselves, but, you know, I can't think of anything nice to say, Cindy, but then so be it. But we need to focus and continue raising awareness for the kids. Not delusional that we're going to solve this case for the RCMP, but I mean, it's a fact that we've been able to unearth information, and we're going to keep at it and keep talking about it. And Belinda said in one of her interviews that one of her biggest fears that people are going to stop talking about them.
oh my God, that made me tear up.
And I'm not going to put up with infighting or be a part of it, or the toxicity. This is not healthy. So I won't do it. I said my piece tonight.
Yeah, because Charmaine wants to use this channel, but on her channel, she's going to be an angel. No, actually.
I'm zen over there. Over here, I lose my shit.
Yeah. No. I mean, again, Charmaine, like I said, I love the fact that you're actually working on your channel. Hey, did we get you to 1,000 subs, by the way?
I don't know, and I don't, you know, just stop.
You shut up over there. You're going to say I don't care. You shush. Hush your mush over there.
People just see me over there.
Uh-huh.
I like my little family that I have now that come in. They don't care that I don't wear makeup. They don't care that I shave. They accept me for me.
I still find it funny though. Why is it when you go off though on people and you like, so lots of times you're vocally, you're like, you guys don't get it. You guys, you know, you're not getting it. And if I talk like that, Charmaine, I'm the freaking evil witch. But if you talk like that, it's like, go, Charmaine, go. And I'm like,
I do it in a respectfful way. That's all.
Obviously, it must be my put across that comes off right differently. Obviously, so
right. And I don't really say a whole lot. So when I go off, people are like, "Whoa, to say."
True. Mm-hmm. On there, because
we haven't even got to the video. We haven't even got to the interview, Scotia. Scotia told me earlier I better have 3 cigarettes before I watch the interview, because I still haven't seen it. I don't know if I'm going to get to it tonight. I'm getting pretty tired, but.
Well, I was going to say, what time is it? You know, Charmaine, you can get going. Absolutely get going here, and I'm just going to stay a little bit longer with these guys, but Kent, Charmaine, love you, girl. And again, I just posted Charmaine's link again for her channel. Get her up to 1,000 subs if she's not there yet. I'm too busy dropping the link. Almost right. Absolutely. On there, you guys. So again, you know, Charmaine's what?
I'm happy to know, Sunny. Today, you know what happened today?
What?
I was muted, and I was up in chat. I was muted for like 5 solid minutes.
Wait, I heard Kent say something else. So what happened? You didn't
Like I
test
was
it.
up, I was trying to catch up in chat, so I was up. So
Yeah.
I didn't see the new comments come in. And I
Yeah.
was just slowly going through them, answering
Been there.
stuff. 5 solid minutes.
Been
Muted.
there, Charmaine. Been there, been
I
there,
know.
been there. So
That's what I
all-
said.
right. That's why you'll hear a lot of creators go, can you hear me? Let me know if you can hear me. Because I mean, how many times have I put myself on mute, started talking, and people are like, you muted. I mean, hell, I remember when CD did that for like freaking 20 minutes on the Delphi case there. Him and it was hilarious. Actually, no, it was about 45 minutes before they realized on there. But anyways, Charmaine, I'll let you get going. Go see your guy there. And
Yeah.
again, thank you for coming on tonight. Jack and Lily's 5 months, of course, that they've been missing. And all we want is answers. That's what we want. We want answers for Jack and Lily. And if we can't trust the horse's mouth of where it's coming from, Daniel, then you know what? Then again, we're just going to be strong for being their voice first and foremost. Are we going to solve the case? Who knows? Who knows? There's somebody out there that has answers that's going to, that this case is going to come to a close. 5 months,
Absolutely.
so shit.
It's unbelievable. I can't. Okay, so I don't know. What do I do with this dual stream? If I leave here,
Yeah, just end
It
your
doesn't-
live. Go into your YouTube studio there. Just close it off.
do I
Do you have-
remove it?
Well, do you have YouTube Studio open?
No.
Well, just close off, I guess, your YouTube. I'll check it for you. I don't come in your way, like how you're doing your live. I do
Right.
mine
So
through StreamYard.
let's exit out of here.
Just hit end live in your YouTube.
Oh, I have to end my live.
Yeah. Well,
I don't even.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna try my way, and if it doesn't,
well, do it your way, and then I'll take a look for you and see if you're still live.
okay. If
Okay.
I accidentally cut Sunny off, I apologize to everybody, including Sunday. Sunny.
Ha.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know where I'm going. Oh, there it is right there. Okay, bye.
Do you see it? Okay.
Have a good night, everybody. Oh my gosh.
Okay. Did she leave yet? Is she gone? I'm on her page. Nope. I still. One sec. Yeah, she's still live. Yeah. Yeah. Charmaine, you're still live. By the way. Night, Drippy. I have to go to bed. I just want to pop on, biatch, and say hi and gives. Hi, Drippy. Nice to see ya. Nice to see you guys. Yeah, she left, but her live is still going. I'm like literally on her channel. Yeah. So 1 second here. Charmaine, you're still live. Just end your live in StreamYard. All right. Sorry, guys. Right. That's funny. Hey, Travis, it's almost time for eggnog, right? Christmas time is coming. Okay. When September comes, I'm just like, eggnog. That's on my list. Christmas time. Christmas time. Oh, which reminds me, I ordered some more Christmas stuff. Yeah. Anyways, okay. I wanted to ask you guys, okay? So let me go to the poll quickly. The poll, let's see. I want to see what it says there. Thoughts on Jack and Lily? Children are alive and in hiding, 17%. Children are deceased, 37%. So more people still believe that the children are deceased, which, in my opinion, is correct. Doesn't make it true, no, but it's the most likely. Still torn on flip flop, 16%, and family knows either way, 30%. So the consensus still is okay. Let me ask you guys, okay? One, if you watched the Drunk Turkey show last night on the live, on Daniel's live. That's so weird. So one if you did, and two if you didn't. She's still live. Okay. Let me see. Yeah, we're still going strong on Charmaine's channel. Yeah, she doesn't know how to end a live, apparently. Oops, thought I muted myself. Oh, hearing myself an echo there. So 1 1 1 1 1. Okay. So I wanted to ask you guys this. Is how do I want to word this? How do I want to word this? Did it make you believe Daniel more after listening to him, in a sense? So I'll say, now stop doing your ones and twos. So when you left, did you feel like you believed Daniel more? Just yes or no. Yes or no. I know, Charmaine. One second. Didn't she put me on a live? One second. One second here. Charmaine? Charmaine? You know that you're still live, right?
I'm still live?
Yeah. So you need to go back into your StreamYard and you need to end your live.
But I never had my StreamYard open. I was in like Charmaine's StreamYard.
Yeah, in Charmaine's StreamYard, go end your live.
Yeah, but I don't stream. True Crime Story Pod isn't Charmaine's.
However you went in there today, it would just like, in our thing, it says end stream, but you didn't. You're still running and you're listening to my beautiful voice still right now. You're welcome. So, yeah. Because
I'm looking and I'm not. I don't know, man. Am I live still?
Yeah. Let's just take a look again. Yeah, I'm right there, still talking. Yeah.
Oh, I am too. Look at that.
Yeah.
Cool.
Do you know how to turn it off yet?
Okay, everybody I think there are still people in mine though.
Huh? Probably.
Should I keep it on? If people are still watching from mine?
Hey, do you know how to turn it off when it's time? Well, I guess when I end the stream, it will automatically end. So you can go ahead and leave it.
Okay, I'll leave it.
Okay.
There are people. I see there are people in here, so
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah.
guys. I didn't realize. That's what I was worried about.
Okay. Anyways, because remember you put me on the live earlier and I didn't know it, and you're live.
Yeah.
Yeah. What if I told you that my titties were hanging out and stuff like that? Like, I had no clue that you were actually on the live talking to me.
Well, I didn't have you on camera.
Well, no, but I could have.
People were
I
just asking me
could have
when
said
you were
that.
doing your live, so
Yeah.
I put you on. Just answer the call.
I know.
Okay.
You know, there's no filter here. I could have just said, put out about 20 farts or something to the wind. I don't know. But anyways, okay. I'll talk to you later.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Yeah, you guys. So when Charmaine called earlier, yeah, I just saw my phone, my iPad going off, and I'm like, okay, and it rang, and then it hung up, and then next thing I know, it rang again. I had no idea Charmaine was actually on a live when she was calling me there, because the stuff that can come out of my mouth originally, yeah. But anyways, okay. Well, now I'm lost. What you guys said, about Daniel. If you guys felt like you believed him more. You know what? Honestly, does it matter? To be honest with you, I'm sure that people are not going to be swayed from 5 months of following the case, meaning you're going to have your thoughts and opinions regardless. But like myself, I listened to every word that he was saying, and then at the end of it, like I said, for me, this is how I feel at this point, is that every time I try to believe Daniel and try to believe that he is, then myself brings me back to reality and to witness what a narcissist, how they talk and what they say and stuff like that, and all the inconsistencies, right? There's no, as much as I want to believe that he's being genuine, there's just too many things that take me away from believing Daniel. So it's just a matter of listening to what he says and then thinking about any other thing that he said, right? And if there's differences, I'm going to point it out. Simple as that. I would do the same with Malaya all day long, because again, if the truth is being told, this case would have been solved, right? So there's no little leprechaun that snuck out of the woods and hid them in a mushroom cap. There's no UFO carpet ride. There's no stranger. Chances are that's going to drive by, but there's still, you have to leave it open because we don't know. But the most likely scenario is that the children are deceased. And I personally still believe family involvement. Why? Because of all the oddities, right? It's the oddities of what's being said by the family members, meaning the Martel side, Martel himself, really, and the weirdness of Malaya's actions and all that stuff. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Why did Malaya tell two people that that she woke up? Now, she didn't put it in her documents there. Maybe it's in redacted, but I don't know. But why would she tell two people that Daniel said she woke up and Daniel was doing drugs? Like, Daniel's not going to admit to that. I mean, chances are, maybe it's hard to come back from a lie already to admit to that and stuff like that, because he said, like, Daniel from Drunk Turkey Show literally said to him, well, when's the last time you used? And you could just see, you could tell when somebody's not being truthful. And he was like, well, it was before Jack and Lily went missing. Yeah, like the night. No, maybe it was like a little after, perhaps, but who knows? At the end of the day, is that if something swayed me to a different line of thinking than thinking that there was family involvement, then I would obviously want to think that. I've looked down the whole hidden thing. There's nothing about it. There's nothing that they have said. Deerwood, Daniel, there's nothing that they have shown us at all that even can collaborate this whole timeline. Like, at what point has Daniel actually said, besides, Derwood and Janie making up that whole, like, a vehicle stuff and standing at the end of the stuff, you guys, it doesn't make sense, right? It just doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense why Malaya. This is what I wanted to bring up too. So on a Drunk Turkey Show, Daniel pointed out, as a matter of fact, for us. Thank you, Daniel, yet again. For pointing out about Malaya, that Darren had talked to Patty, and Patty, what was the comment that basically Darren told Daniel, and Daniel said it on Drunk Turkey Show last night? It was something like that Malaya had already had other plans, right? That Patty said that Malaya could come stay there because apparently it was 2 weeks, even though Durwood said a month before. But anyways, apparently it was 2 weeks. We all know that Malaya was trying to leave Daniel at this point, okay? But yeah, so Darren had said that Patty had said, and then he told this to Daniel, that Patty said, you can come stay here, and then she said, no, I have other plans. But hold on though, Daniel. Don't make me play that interview where you said that I don't have. Let's just watch that one again. Actually. All right, Sonny, let's do it. Let me just get that one. Oh, that's what I wanted to watch. Thank you. I wanted to watch that other thing too. Okay. Who's messaging me? Okay, wait, hold on. 1 second. Got to share it. Helps if I share it. Okay, 1 second. Let's just watch this
You're
again.
thinking that the dogs will go in there and won't find anything?
I know for 100% they won't find anything.
So what do you make of the fact that they are bringing the cadaver dogs in?
Well, I'm actually pretty happy about that because it's been about 3 months. I've been asking for them, and it's just been delayed, I guess, till now. But I know things take time, and dogs are hard to get.
So what does this say to you? Because I mean, they are dogs searching for human remains.
Well, I know that it's going to be really hard work now that there's so much vegetation in the woods, but I'm pretty happy that they're going to be able to do it. I even hope that they bring more than one dog if they have access to more than one dog.
So what are you happy about? What do you hope this will bring?
I would just like to see maybe the social media speculation theories and accusations, maybe they're not going to stop, but slow down, because at this point they're getting ridiculous.
So are you thinking that the dogs will go in there and won't find anything?
I know for 100% they won't find anything. I mean, that's probably why they waited this long to do it. It's just to keep the public informed, I guess, that they're hard at work.
Do you think it will rule things out?
Yeah, I think we'll rule a lot of things out. Rule out that the RCMP are, working hard, and there's no human remains on the property.
Is there any piece of you that's preparing for the fact, like, what if they do find something?
No, because I didn't do anything. I know Malaya didn't do anything. I know my mother didn't do anything. Those are 3 people on the property. I mean, after the polygraph exams, they should have known right there. We didn't kill any of the kids, or we didn't kill the kids.
Why do you think that they're not possibly, like, why that they didn't possibly wander into the woods?
Well, with the amount of resources that were used, and I mean, for everything from drones to helicopters to classified technology and all the searchers on the ground. I mean, searchers on bicycles. They did everything. On the pipeline, they took in ATVs and Argos and side-by-sides. They used everything they could.
Tell me about, what do you make at this point of the investigation of what RCMP have been doing or not doing? What's your stance on all of that?
Well, I would like to go in for another whole round of polygraph exams. I mean, that would be, and maybe bring some new people in that are doing the polygraph exams. But I know they're hard at work. I've filled notebooks with just trying to help them find leads, or give them any kind of small detail, answer as many questions as I can, or, but I'm doing everything I can. I usually try to meet with them 3 times a week.
Hey, Nova.
And sometimes they're not around for that, or phone calls or texts, but whatever we can do.
So I guess to bring it back to the cadaver dogs, since you've been asking for it for so long, I guess, you don't have any information on how that will happen?
No, I don't even know where quite they're going to start searching, or where they're going to do. Are they going to expand out onto the properties? The property there is fairly small. It's only 2 acres. So.
Yeah. Will it be the whole 8.5 that they searched previously?
I don't know. That's a lot. That would be quite a few. That'd be a couple weeks probably on foot doing that.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you look at the documents, and some of the other stuff RCMP has said or done. There's 70,000 drone photos that were taken during the search. That's a lot of photos. I mean, they had to review and do everything. So they would have found some kind of something there. Or even when they brought in classified technology, they scanned the whole area. They ever found a beaver and a coyote. That's all they found.
So why do you think this step is necessary?
Well, it just rules out one and brings the book a little bit closer to being closed. I mean, one chapter at a time.
How have you been doing?
Well, I'm not going to say I'm doing well, but doing better than I was at the start, I guess. It's physically exhausting, mentally exhausting, emotionally exhausting, but every day you wake up and it's a new day. New hope. Just keep going forward.
Tell me about the toll, like what you were just mentioning earlier about social media.
Yeah, social media has been quite a circus, we'll call it. But
caused by who?
I can't control them, and they're free to judge. But maybe just use a little bit of this before
100%.
they start typing or using AI for pictures.
Well, that, yeah.
I mean, we're coming up on, is it coming up to 5 months?
Yeah, in the second. So yeah, it's less than 2 weeks.
Like, did you ever imagine that we'd be here still talking about this?
No. I thought with the amount of resources and amount of different units for RCMP working on it, everything from dive teams to canine units and they've dedicated teams just for social media. They have a dedicated guy that just sits there and watches highway cameras. So
what's it been like for you now that we're back to September, school's back, and seeing the school bus go by every day?
Yeah, no, it's hard. There's quite a few school buses that go by, and there's a lot of kids in the area I see, and it's sad. It's not just sad for Jack and Lily, but it's sad for everybody who knew Jack and Lily. They had friends, they went to school, and it's just they had teachers that seen them every day, and it's just hard on everybody.
I know we ask you this every single time, but why do you keep doing it?
For Jack and Lily. I don't do this for myself because I'm going to see this online later and people are going to analyze it. Every time I move my hands, every time I open my mouth, every facial expression, they analyze everything right down to a T. I know that.
What would you like the public to know?
I want the public to know if anyone has any information, just please come forward. Call the RCMP, call your local police department, call Crime Stoppers.
Do you still think they're still alive?
Yes, I hope so. I mean, that's all we have is hope.
Okay. Now there's little Jack and Lily there. Okay. Now I just want to say this. Okay. So again, it was pointed out by Daniel that he wanted to make a point that Darren had talked to Patty and that Malaya had other plans. If that's not accusing Malaya of having something, and in this video here, right, this interview, he says, I know I had nothing to do with it. I know Malaya had nothing to do with it. So if you want to talk about a contradictory one of hundreds, then there's yet another one. Okay. Again, honestly, Daniel, I swear to God, if you make it onto the world's dumbest criminals, I'm not gonna lie. I'll be amazed if you turn out to be innocent, and then you've totally made yourself always look guilty. That's on you, to be honest, and the circus that's happened. Okay. I mean, I don't know. Daniel doesn't like to hear it. I don't think his ego likes to hear it. Again, this comes back to my problem with this. Daniel and Janie keep talking about how this is about Jack and Lily, and yet they keep always just wanting to defend themselves. Like, why are they constantly like? It's not like they're out there bringing awareness, doing fundraisers, trying to create, some sort of group together or something like that, to help and assist. And Malaya, this is not what's happening here. Okay. Again, I'm just going to go back to what Wade said. Okay. And in Wade's thing, he said they all three should be arrested. Why? Because they're all a bunch of liars, is what he said. And he said that they should be looking for the children over there. Does that mean they think that they're alive? No, but they, again, the people that believe that they're deceased, like I do, they still need to find these children. There still needs to be awareness out there. Absolutely. So again, I just have a problem with all of this 100% that they're hidden. Malaya had nothing to do with it. They can't. But the thing is that please, then Daniel, go back on DT Drunk Turkey Show and you tell us exactly what it is that you believe that Haley and how Haley planted the blanket, considering that, so her, Hayden, and I won't say the other person's name, even though some people might have heard it, were there when the blanket was found. It starts with E, by the way. And so please tell me how that Malaya had said that nobody knew about Lily's LOL doll blanket, let alone the fact that it was in a garbage bag, okay, which was about a week earlier. I just want to know, because Malaya says she took it down and put in the garbage. But before you put it up, right, before you put it up, obviously that piece would have been ripped off. But yet it managed to make it in the same garbage. Because, like, what did you do? Have it on the window or the door for like a week? And that's how it became in the same garbage. But the thing is, Haley, to me, absolutely is being truthful. Why would she put herself in an accessory of knowing that she planted when she has her own child? Okay. The only person that is consistently not being truthful or adding stuff to the storyline is you guys. Okay. You're adding stuff. You're taking it away. Wait, maybe my mom didn't hear Malaya says. Oh, wait, maybe she didn't actually. But like, come on now. So who would we believe, really? Someone like Haley, you think she's honestly going to sit there and go plant a blanket just to blame it on you so that Malaya could sneak these children off with her other plans? It's absurd. And to think that you guys are smarter than the RCMP and that they wouldn't have figured this out. There's a reason why the cadaver dogs are there. There's a reason why the dog handler said that stuff to you. Like, dude, I can't knock sense. And you said people to need to use this. Well, I couldn't knock sense into you if my life depended on it, to how you're portraying yourself and the things that you're contradicting. I just don't know if you're that clueless. You must be to what you're saying. And then you're saying that Malaya had nothing to do with it, but yet she had plans, right? Again, it doesn't make sense at all. It's ridiculous. So am I absolutely believing Haley? Absolutely. How many of you guys, just to ask you guys, how many of you guys would like to hear from Haley? Just to ask you guys. 1 for yes, 2 for no. How many of you guys would like to hear from Haley and her side? Because we know we're not going to hear from Malaya anymore. Well, maybe one day. Maybe she'll end up on DT show. Who knows? How many... Okay. Mm-hmm. Wasn't that nice though? So I you know what? Daniel talked about the CPS and about that. Now, I've never talked about, Malaya told me about the CPS. Again, her version of what happened. And, but, yeah, Cindy, I guess, called it. That's what we had heard, that Cindy had called CPS or whatever. But anyways, will I do it? No, because I have to go find it and I got other things to do. Anyways, I'll revisit that one. Okay. Because if Daniel wants to put out there about what he's saying about Malaya, I think it's only fair that from Malaya's side, what she said about the whole CPS thing as well. Bonnie, you are. So I'm going to say that you're wrong on that. It is about Daniel and Malaya, absolutely, right? But Haley, of course, is Malaya's stepsister. Okay, let's get that right. Stepsister. She was there with the blanket, right? So she was there as well, just like Belinda has told her side of what it was like to be there on the search and stuff like that. But Daniel's running with this narrative that Haley is the one that planted the blanket. Now, you know what? We're going to watch Hunter S. True Crime right now. Okay? Now, it would be nice if everyone stopped blaming each other, put an effort into finding Jacqueline Lee. Wow. You might want to tell Daniel that, to be honest, I'm Malaya. At the end of the day, they are responsible for why Jack and Lily are not here and why we're 5 months deep. Okay? If something happened and whatever, bottom line is either they both know, but they're both responsible about why Jack and Lily are not with us today. Regardless of the answer, it's because of them two. Regardless. Okay? And I won't forget that, because we would not be sitting here 5 months later if these children, let's just say, were properly taken care of. Yeah. Again, we all have our differences of opinions and stuff like that. So I'm not here to try to sell you on what you don't want to believe or what you do want to believe. I'm just here to talk about Jack and Lily's case, talk about the things on this channel that I've watched, or that, again, if they're words out of their mouths, and then we have discussions about it, right? But again, Daniel, there's no poor me here for Daniel, okay? It's his inconsistencies that have totally set this a lot, not all for sure, because it's going to happen. It doesn't matter what case you cover, it's still going to happen. Okay. That there's going to be good and bad in all of it. It's just a matter of what you want to fight for, and some people, like, Janie was saying, like, well, I'm not comfortable being in front of a camera. She finally did it and stuff like that. My thing is this: nothing comes in front of the children, right? My ego doesn't. My pride put to the side. Why do I care? I wouldn't care at all. I don't care if cameras want to come at me and ask me about my missing child and grandchild and stuff like that. All day long, come at me. So I have a different view. And maybe that's because I don't think that way. I don't think of myself going, well, let me just think of myself first. Let me just think about what that I don't like this or I don't like that. I don't even think about that stuff. I fight for what's right, and I'll be a voice as big as I can if it means that it's talking about a missing grandchild of mine. It's my way. It's not everyone's way, right? I mean, look at the Delphi case. Anyways, we're gonna watch. Okay, well, I want to just go to let's see. Okay. Just going to go to this for a second. Just a couple of things. And that, yeah. And again, and to anyone else, if you guys don't like the channel, you don't like what I have to say, don't care on that. Go watch somebody else then, right? My channel, I can talk about what I want. I would like to think that people would come in here because they can understand that people have differences of opinions, obviously. But I'm not here to care if people try to be negative or stuff about me. Come on now, better things to think about. It's like somebody put a post. Actually, somebody put that on a comment. They said, "Sunny, if you don't care what people think, why do you talk about it so much," or something like that. And I remember, like, maybe I do. I don't know. I really don't care, though. But if I see it in chat and something like that, all right, shut up there, Gren. He's not innocent. Guilty as shit. But so I said back, like, out of the entire live, that's what you wanted to point out, right? Like, out of the entire live, you just couldn't shut your pie hole. You had to leave that comment out of the whole live, right? You wanted to point out that, Sunny, if you don't care, then why do you did it? And I was just like, loser. It's just that people just want to. And just remember to those people that leave those comments, you are an insignificant nothing to me. Do you understand? I cover cases like these people that leave these comments and stuff. You know what? Go have a cup of go F yourself, to be honest with you. Because honestly, do something useful with your time. If you're going to follow Jack and Lily's case, then be useful. Open up your own damn channel or something like that. Go be proactive. Don't worry about my YouTube, about the donations and stuff that come in. You know, why care about all that stuff? What is it anyone's business? I'm not sitting here trying to push my products and ask for donations. Why do people care so much, right? That they want to point that shit out all the time. It's because why? Well, bottom line is because they're just looking. They're just looking for something to attack you on, right? But I know that good people get torn down. You know, you try to do all these things with your heart and they get torn down, you know, but that's old news. Anyways, back to this. Okay. So in this article, okay. So let's see. They're still waiting test. Okay. Daniel initially told police and the Globe on May 5th that the pink blanket found in the woods did not belong to Lily, but he later changed his story. In a subsequent interview, he suggested the blanket was planted. Taken from his week-old garbage, he claims two of his sweaters mysteriously disappeared from his home and blah, 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 blah. Now, kind of want to talk about another thing about that, to be honest with you. I mean, I think it was Durwood that was said on that one live that I think Charmaine played recently, right? That somebody went into the trailer, you know, took a water bottle and blah, 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 blah. But none of that was, you know. Anyways, bottom line is, I don't give a shit what he says about this whole secondary pink blanket that was found. Okay? Even Malaya said, I don't know why he lied about that. Okay? And she said, my family had no clue about this blanket. But suddenly, well, that right there, yeah. That was just about the blanket when Daniel denied it, right? And then he's been changing his story. When I showed Daniel the blanket when it was those ribbons, really, he never corrected me at all. He didn't say, Sonny, that's not the right blanket. He didn't say anything. If I show you something, wouldn't I say back to you like, oh no, that's not it? Nope. Didn't say shit. Sunny side is the right side. Daddy knows best. Yeah. You know? But anyways, okay. So just going on about that, right? We heard Haley talk about the blanket as well. So I want to go watch Hunter S. True Crime because I think he did a good job. The only thing he was missing from this was Janie's voice clip because you guys know I have 2 hours and 37 minutes that I literally freaking put all together. It took me freaking 8 hours to put that together of that voice clip. So yeah, I've listened to it a few times and I know Charmaine put it, she put it up on her channel and stuff like that, but 2 hours and 37 minutes of these voice clips. And within that was when Janie was talking about a lot of things, but she was specifically talking about seeing Daniel put the blanket into the garbage. Remember, Daniel, not to be too heavy. And all of a sudden, this bag is like 60 pounds of what? But anyways, okay. There was nothing, like Haley said, there's nothing that was ever said about this hole in the garbage bag, right? This just came out. So do you honestly think, because he's accusing Haley? No, that was an older one, CB. that was one from like about a month ago now. Okay. That one. I just want to show it. Okay, hold on a second. Share screen. Oh, just quickly. Thanks again to Ali Thompson, because you guys obviously know that article came out. That was, and the whole point of that one was to bring awareness to the true crime and obviously Jack and Lily and stuff like that. So I just want to say thank you again, Ali, and Belinda for recommending that to Ali, because it was a discussion that I think that the true crime community needs more awareness to it, for sure. And that it's not this negative space. Like, it has its negative space for sure, but there's a lot of good that comes from it. But did you guys watch this one with that, like, 1 second. I think I'm on. Ah, God, is it here? Yeah. So that was this guy talking here.
As much as some of the information,
I'm not going to play it
getting
out.
tips can move an investigation forward for sure. But when we start to get to the point
CBC,
where
News Nova
some
Scotia.
misinformation and mistruths start to get shared on social media.
Anyways, and then she showed the channel as well. So again, a big shout out to Ali Thompson, because I really think that it's important to keep the awareness out for Jack and Lily, but to the true crime community as well. Okay. Yeah, I haven't. I just want to say this. I haven't had time to even look really at what all was said. With that. Again, me and DT have been good friends. Well respected. Even though we have a differences of opinions on this case and stuff like that. And there's been I can see some hurt going on and stuff like that. But DT, like anyone, well, not anyone, but he doesn't deserve to come in here and then kind of be, attacked and stuff like that. Like, it's one thing to say, like, DT, why your mods blocking and stuff like that. But I didn't really have time to see what DT said, besides a couple things, or what was really said in chat. I seen a couple things that were derogatory towards DT himself. And I don't approve of that. Absolutely not. If we want to get our point across, again, we can always do it in a respectful manner. And so later I'll be talking with DT, because I know, he sent me a message after, said that he had left the chat and stuff like that. Didn't mean to cause a distraction and that and stuff like that. But, it's a hard one for me, guys, a little bit here, because, again, I respect Charmaine and Kent and DT as well. So even if I disagree with what, like the mod part, okay, but even if I disagree with the fact of how we look at the case and stuff like that, obviously we want the people that follow the case to be able to go into the different lives, right? And not feel like you're just getting muted or whatever. I think it's important that if he doesn't know that, really, that he should. He was coming back at everyone, saying they all have to defend themselves, including DT. Yeah, I really can't say everything. I honestly would have to go back and look at it and stuff like that and just kind of see what was going on. But, I'm going to drop that for now, to be honest with you, just because, it is getting 9:27 here, and we'll touch back on that one. Yeah, I just kind of feel like one of those things where you just kind of feel caught in the middle. No matter how I look at it, I feel like I'm a little bit caught in the middle on this as well. Yeah. And I don't like to be in that. I just like to sort shit out and move on, Yeah. Charmaine, don't talk like that in chat like to me now. Say to my face. Actually, go on your own channel, do another live. Talk about me and Justin. Okay. Shut up, Sonny. Get your ass back on track. Okay. So I really wanted to watch this. I don't have time tonight to play DTs and go over that, but I do want to, and I'll probably do that tomorrow, to be honest with you. Because I want to go over the inconsistencies. Now, where the heck am I? I know you're here, Hunter. Here you are. Okay, found you. Just got to click on it to bring it to the top. Okay. So I really think you did a good job on this. And so I'm going to hit play. And this is Hunter. Make sure we get that up there. Hold on a second. Banners. Okay. So this is Hunter S. True Crime. Okay. And he does a really good job at putting out the interviews. He put out the original interviews, and then Charmaine put out those and added on to it, I believe is how she did it. And yeah, right. So I always went here too for the interviews. I was like, thank you for saving me time. Right. Again, talking about it, going over things, spreading awareness, whatever. But anyway, so I'm going to play this. So this is about the pink blanket.
Yeah, so just touching on the subject of the blanket, I've kept pretty quiet. I have a son of my own right, and Lily and Jack are my niece and nephew. But yeah, the subject of the blanket, it was found on a tree branch on Lansdowne Station Road in the evening of day one. Okay. It was used.
Who said it did, Poodle? Not sure who said it did on there. I have a niece that uses drugs, and doesn't mean she's a murderer either. We don't know the truth. But don't recall any, well, unless somebody said it above, but no, but you know what? There's nothing good that comes out of doing drugs. Tell you that much. Okay.
Or the other part of the blanket was used for a window or a door at the home, and it was thrown out. And this one just ended up on a tree, I guess. But yeah.
Interesting. And so you guys, I understand one of you took a photograph of the blanket and took it back to Malaya for identification. So
we'll go back to that, right? Because this is exactly it. Lily had an LOL doll blanket that she sometimes dragged around with her. It was her blanket she used for sleeping before she got an actual bed set. And she didn't want it anymore. So Daniel used it to stop the draft from the door that wasn't properly installed. Malaya took the blanket from the door because the weather was getting nicer about a week before, and she threw it away. So how long? So meaning, so this piece that Daniel ripped off, right? So in the garbage, there was already a piece missing from it when she did that because Daniel ripped it off. So my question is this: how did that same piece of the blanket end up in the same garbage from something that could have been up there for a month, 2 months? We don't know. But Malaya took the blanket from the door because of the weather. Now, in the article, it says that Malaya took the blanket down and threw it in the garbage. Well, we already know that Janie said that Daniel was the one. I don't think two people were going, you know what? Here, let me put it in the garbage. Then let's let you put it in the garbage, okay? And stuff like that. But the whole thing is about the absurdity of all of this, to be honest with you. And so, again, just the different variations going on about what's being said. But anyways.
You took a photograph of the blanket and took it back to Malaya for identification?
Yes, Hayden and I did. Yeah.
Okay. And then she said, yeah, it is. And so you called the police who went and, I guess, collected it?
Yeah, no, the police were already down searching that area, but it was in such an open spot that cops were already down there and it wasn't seen earlier on. So it's just all a little mysterious, you know?
and this is where the blanket was found. You can clearly see what's visible from the road. It's like 15 feet from the road. Maybe not even. Yeah, a little more than 15 feet. And this is the exact branch. So way higher than 5 feet in the air. It's actually over my head, so it's already 6 feet. That one right there. It's draped over that branch.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah. So was search and rescue in that area?
I don't believe on day one, right down there right away. So I was there from the get-go of when everything started. But yeah, so I don't know how it was missed because it was right on like the start of like a logging road or ATV trail right by the main Lansdowne Station Road, the dirt road. But yeah.
4 is when they found the pink blanket that was Lily's. That was a portion of the blanket, correct?
Yeah. I'm not sure on the exact time on that either. It would have to be after 4 because the school bus goes up there around 4 o'clock.
Gotcha. And
Because that school bus, it goes up and it actually goes up and turns at my Uncle Ron's house, which is about 500 feet past where the
Marie, that's because Charmaine left. So you're watching it on her channel. If you see me on a different channel, it would be Charmaine's channel, the True Crime Story Podcast. Right here. On there. Whoops, right there. Well, that's just it. I mean, I was curious about that too, Sky Painter, about how Daniel actually knew what actual branch it was on, considering everything he said was that, you know, like I wasn't told, I wasn't shown a picture and all that stuff. And then, so how did he, maybe his buddy investigator told him. I don't know, you know. Why no, because that wasn't a blanket, CB. That was the ribbon where the blanket was. That was pink ribbon. That was ribbons, pink ribbons. I thought it was a blanket too. Daniel didn't correct me on that at all. When I showed him that picture, okay, and then I was given the picture of the actual blanket properly, and yeah, so that other thing was just pink ribbons, not the blanket. But anyway, what was my point now? For frick's sakes, I'm probably getting tired. I am lacking sleep, people. I stayed up pretty late last night. Then I was at the dentist, and you know, dentist kind of makes you a little bit groggy for sure. I thought the police searchers got the blanket. Well, see the police. Okay. Now I know that Haley said that like they didn't touch the blanket, right? They had called you know, remember you guys can hear it for yourself on the scanner audio, right? About the blanket, about them, you know, the family members, meaning Haley, Hayden, and the other one, that, you know, took them there to where the blanket was. Okay. But I had a point. There's a point. What was my point? I had a point. Oh, right. Let's go back to that blanket, right? Okay. So I just want to know at what point, though, Daniel, just tell me at what point, since Haley and Hayden that arrived after the children were missing, right? And you were out doing all your stuff, you know, while the searchers were setting up and all that, still looking for the kids. So Daniel claims that the blanket wasn't there in the morning, right? Now, the blanket was found at 3:45. I remember seeing Daphne say that, and I'm glad she did because I couldn't quite remember. I knew it was around 4 o'clock. Now, he's talking about the bus. Well, the blanket would have been down by that time, okay? Right? Because after the school bus in the afternoon time, that blanket wouldn't be there because obviously the RCMP and that would have it by that time. But anyways, so all I know is that at what point did Haley go plant this blanket? So she went into that, heavy or that container bin that you have for your garbage. She knew exactly, right? She knew exactly that it was at the bottom of a double bagged, big plastic heavy duty industrial garbage bag. And she thought to herself, you know what? Well, nobody's looking, even though everyone's starting to come, right? Family members, everybody. And that, of course, at the front of the yard. And all of a sudden, Daniel keeps talking about this big hole that's been put into this garbage bag. And he's not even saying that it was an animal. It's like somebody put their hand right through it. I doubt it was, Kent, we were talking about this. I doubt it was a nail, that did this at all. It's another narrative that Daniel is trying to insert that Haley had said that Daniel had never mentioned at all about this hole in the blanket. Now, I know that it was May 4th. Remember that Daniel thought to think, you know what? There was a blanket in the tree, the one that I don't really know nothing about. But let me just think to go look in my garbage, and let's video it because this must be the other piece. And, let's keep saying that Malaya has done something with the children. And so Daniel will tell you that, investigators are saying that blanket was planted. Absolutely, Daniel. Absolutely, it was. Right. And in my opinion, I believe that you're the person or someone you knew planted that blanket there. That's how I see this. Why? Because your story has been inconsistent. And when the truth is being told, it's easy to say it. But now you're inserting this big hole that Malaya's family had no clue about this blanket at all, right? Which Malaya said, and I believe her. Haley said the same thing, right? But Daniel denied this blanket, and he can try to twist it on this other pink blanket and act like, oh my God, that's where all the confusion was from. No, Malaya said, I don't know why he lied about that. Well, because he's trying to pin it on you, Malaya. Duh. He's trying to say that you have the kids hidden. Now, is Daniel putting this spin on to protect Malaya, from something? Maybe it's Malaya that's, got the secrets hidden. Perhaps, maybe not. Maybe it is. Maybe Daniel is doing all this, Malaya, I love you and I'm not blaming you. And on the news, I'm going to make sure that you know that. So I'm going to say that you had nothing to do with it. But then I'm going to say on DT's Live that you actually had other plans and that Darren is so smart that lots of his stuff has come true to fruition. Well, I mean, I guess, but that's just a bunch of malarkey and BS to me. It doesn't make sense not because it's coming out of both your mouths. It's because no matter whose mouth it is coming out of, if I had to listen to that from anybody, I would deem it as BS too, if they would be saying the same things. But Daniel wants to act like somehow Haley, or her family, Haley, he wants her to take a polygraph test because he feels like she has everything to do with it, right? And for me, I'm here myself, always for Jack and Lily first and foremost. But when it comes to the storyline, sorry, but I'm really tired of Daniel, myself, peddling his, what I call BS, okay? Ever since those documents came out, he's like, chest puffed, proof. Just read the documents, go to the documents. I mean, we passed 4 questions. Look, I'm not lying at all. I'm telling the truth. I know that DT says they're cleared. I would never use that word myself, ever, considering that, they're not cleared. I wouldn't use that word myself. Cleared means that, you're not under suspicion type of thing and blah, blah, blah. Now, I don't believe that. Why do you think that dog handler said that stuff to Daniel? Why Daniel would put that out there is beyond me, that he would literally tell us that, because it makes him even look more guilty about why the cadaver dogs are there, because they don't believe Daniel. But Daniel thinks that they're his best friends, that they're going to tell him everything, that, hey, top dog, we're just going to joke around or whatever. But again, so at what point, not only did Malaya have nothing to do with it, but everything to do with it? What time were those children taken away apparently. Where's the timeline for that? Where's the story behind that besides pushing the narrative about the children being hidden and Malaya's family and Malaya are the ones that know everything about that? What about the garbage bag? At what point did Haley decide that she was going to open up that green lid on that freaking wooden box in front of, many other people are around there and go, you know what? I'm just going to sneak this out here and go plant it about a mile down the road just so I can, turn around for Malaya's sake and blame Daniel. Like, when we start getting into the land of Lala, I just draw my line. When something has to be told in different variances to make it still not make sense, it's because it doesn't make sense. And I just call BS on that stuff myself. But anyway, so, I mean, again, it's not about pick on. Well, I can't help it with Daniel. Daniel gives us so much work to show because of his inconsistencies. It's not like I sit there and go, oh yeah, I love listening to Daniel. No, he's freaking old and boring now to me, really. But, you guys, like, even if I watch it, but you guys want to talk about it because you guys are watching this stuff and you guys know stuff that he's saying and stuff like that. It's just that, to me, it's like, how many times can you just keep proving this man is inconsistent? So how do we believe him at all? Right? He's like, he might think that he's making headway, but I'm here to tell him that no, there's these channels that literally don't buy a word of what you're saying. And it's because you've been not truthful. So I'm not going to sit here and keep this little narrative going of yours that the children are hidden and that you're blaming Haley and Hayden and whoever else planted the family on the Malaya Brookside. Are Malaya's actions odd? Are they weird? Absolutely. But to sit here and keep pushing this narrative out there, nah, I'm going to put a stop in your tracks on that stuff. You can keep pushing it, but I'm going to keep pushing all your inconsistencies and your BS, right? So apparently 3 blankets. Well, let's say 4. The piece that's in the tree that miraculously just showed up, and even Haley said it stuck out like a sore thumb. Well, Daniel, I call BS on this one, okay? I don't believe at all that Haley or the Brookside family planted that. The only person that keeps changing their story up is you, right? It's not Malaya. It's you. You keep changing your own stories. You keep adding shit. And now there's this big fist in a garbage that somebody was like, you know what? While everyone's around me, let me just go plant that blanket against Daniel. It's always like, you're not the victim here. Hey, Wolf, you're not the victim here at all, Daniel. By no means. Jack and Lily are the victims. It really gets old about all the things that you've done for Jack and Lily. And I'm sure there's lots of things that are true. I'm sure there's many things that are true. But you're representing yourself in a very narcissistic manner. And it's noticeable, okay? And the inconsistencies are too.
The blanket was found.
Gotcha.
So,
no picking your nose, Dan.
and the bus usually goes up there, and the bus usually makes its way up there around, I don't know, 3:55, between 3:55 and like 4 o'clock.
And this bus has cameras, correct?
Yeah, the buses do have cameras. When they looked at the footage from the outside of the buses, the blanket was not there.
Oh.
Interesting. And it went both directions, correct? It went.
Yeah, they both go both directions and multiple buses.
And it was not seen at 3:55, 4 o'clock when the bus passed.
No, they said they did not see it on any camera footage from the buses.
Okay, all right. And the other half, right, was found in the garbage.
I believe so. I wasn't back at the house for that to know that, but that's what I'm hearing. Yeah, that's what Logan said. And yeah, so
which is really peculiar, right? Like, how, if the blanket was put in the garbage, how did it get out of the garbage and half of it get into a tree, right?
And I mean, quite a ways down the road, like down the paved road from where they lived, up a dirt road, a good at least mile or two. So yeah.
In fact, he says he's tried to help. Like early in the investigation when police found a scrap of blanket on a nearby road.
I called it into RCMP when I realized it was a piece of a pink blanket found.
The rest was here in Martel's trash bin. That blanket, one of the only clues as to what happened to 6-year-old Lily and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan.
A piece of blanket was also seen.
Okay. I want to reiterate is that how did that blanket manage to get in the same garbage? Like, how long was that blanket on the door that it actually made its way into the same garbage bag that the bigger piece was in? And then somebody went in there, because don't forget, right, that somebody went in there. Right? Haley, you want to fess up now that you went in there, punctured the garbage? I think that thing is probably taller. Well, no, I'm not sure how tall Haley is, actually. I think she's taller, though. But anyways, heck, she's shit, man. I lived in an apartment that was 1407 before. Huh. Just dawned on me as I was looking at that number. But so amongst Haley coming, at what point did she sneak and take that blanket out of that bin and then go? And then imagine her digging right down to the very bottom of the 60-pound garbage bag that has this second piece to it that doesn't make sense, because what's the chances, unless these people never change their garbage ever? That blanket was up on the window for what, a month? And Daniel had already ripped off this piece, right? So was it just laying around somewhere? I don't know. Maybe it was in the same garbage. Who knows? Fuck if I know, to be honest, to tell you the truth. All I know is that, in my opinion, Haley did not go into this garbage, or Hayden or whatever, and take out this garbage, this piece of the blanket that they had no clue about, and decide to plant it. Because some people are probably going to go, well, Malaya told her to go do that. Come on now. Really? Again, there's going to be multiple people around at this point, right? It wasn't like Haley was there in the morning, unless they're trying to say that Haley's the one that snuck in, took the children quickly in the vehicle, and then took off and stuff like that. I think that's what Derwin and that are trying to propagate, really, right? I mean, that's what he was saying, that, the children were in Tatamagouche and whatever, blah, 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 and that Haley, he knows who's driving the truck and blah, 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 and all that stuff, okay? And yet he knows where they are. Not going to tell the police, as if he's smarter than the police. As if, right? That's why that whole storyline is so ridiculous. To sit here and bring cadaver dogs in and check the property. If they believed what Daniel was saying, or Dickwood for that matter, okay, they would literally be on that trail of looking for them. They're not going to send out little sniffer dogs and human remains dogs. I mean, if they feel like that the children are being hidden by Malaya's side of the family. Do you know how easy that would be able to prove? In all honesty, like, there's wishful thinking about wanting Jack and Lily to be alive, but then there's being a realist about the case and what the chances of these children being hidden are. And it's pretty much, well, let's give it, just for the sake of argument, let's give it 5%. 5%. At best, to be honest with you. Doesn't make sense. But again, I'm just getting tired of this whole narrative being pushed. And I just don't want people to buy into this crap of that the children are hidden somewhere, and that the police are the RCMP and all the people that are working on this case are so dense that only Darren and whoever else knows where these children are. And he's just glad that they're safe. But, it's just so stupid. Come on, right? Now, or is it more realistic that Jack and Lily are probably deceased, which is more the likely answer, and why nobody's collecting a reward, nobody's speaking out, because the people that might perhaps know what happened to them live on that property. That seems like the most realistic line. It doesn't mean it's true, but it's the more realistic line. But again, this whole blanket stuff, some people don't deem it as important. I'm saying, yeah, it is important. It is important, right? If Haley put her mucks on that blanket that she had no clue about, you don't think her DNA? Do you think that Haley's walking around? Let's put on my gloves. Gotta go get that blanket at the freaking bottom of here. No, right? So we'll see. We'll see how actually, I think it's really important, about this blanket being planted, because who did it? Whoever planted it, is a freaking ass liars, obviously. But again, who's the one that keeps adding bullshit about a big hole in the bag, as if some animal came in and was like, oh yeah, no bananas or dead fruit in here, or I guess I'll just take a blanket or something like that. Not happening. It's just ridiculous. It's just absurd. It's my thoughts. Well, he'll tell you that Malaya had nothing to do with that, but then he'll say Malaya and her family had something to do with it. So it's kind of like a lost. But I mean, honestly, if he wants to put out there this claim that they're 100% alive, that 100% they're alive, good. Then you must know the story behind it then. So you would know where they are. You would know who has them, because you're 100% certain that they're alive. So if you're 100% certain, then you, like Darren, obviously know who has them, and you can just walk over to the police right now and you can tell them exactly where Jack and Lily are, so that Jack and Lily can be taken out of the hands of any of you guys and be put in the hands of someone like Belinda. Okay, watching a little bit more.
From a garbage bin at the end of the family's driveway. Martel says it was the same blanket, but it had been ripped apart and thrown out.
I mean, it's mysterious as it is, because the distance from the garbage bin to where the blanket was found is almost 1 kilometer.
I was actually told there was a piece of a pink blanket that was found up the road in a tree. And I said, piece of a pink blanket? And I put 2 and 2 together. I ran out to the garbage bin, and I seen that there was a hole ripped in the bag. And clearly there was somebody who went into the garbage, or something went on with the garbage for a piece of that to be ripped out. Because usually when you look in the garbage bin, Daniel, and you see a garbage bag, usually it doesn't have a hand-sized hole ripped in the side of it.
That's interesting. Now, the pink blanket, when they told you about it, did they show you a picture?
The piece of the blanket? No.
Oh, okay.
No.
So they just told you they found a piece, and you went to the garbage bin. And
Yeah.
where in the garbage bin was the bag that had the other part of the blanket? Was it towards the top, in the middle,
there
the
was
bottom?
These were like large industrial sized garbage bags, right?
Okay.
And Mom would always yell at me, don't put so much garbage in one bag, because I would always make the bags like really heavy, right?
Okay.
And so I had the blanket was in a garbage bag, but there was another garbage bag that was inside, right? So it was like double bagged.
Interesting.
And you could see I keep wanting to say a hole that was ripped in the side from a hand that went down inside of it and pulled something out. But it looked to be like somebody put their hand in there and ripped it out. But
Now,
the
well,
bag, the blanket was still at the bottom of the bag, right? It wasn't pulled all the way out. It wasn't anything like that. So
was the trash bag in the bottom of the can or on top of like all the other trash?
It was the garbage bag, that one big garbage bag. That was like a 60-pound garbage bag. And it was that was the only bag that was in there.
Oh, okay. So there wasn't
that
any
one.
other trash on top.
No, there was nothing else piled on top of it or underneath it.
So if somebody opened the bin, that's the first thing that they would see.
Yeah, they would be able to see the pink blanket in there. Yeah.
Okay. And so it seems like in the documents that it alludes that they showed you guys a picture and that you guys confirmed it. Was that, if you didn't see a picture, do you know if Malaya did?
I'm not sure if she did or not. I have no idea.
Another key thing that came out in the documents is this pink blanket that, has come up in other stories we've reported on. And the key thing about this pink blanket is that it was found a kilometer from the trailer where Jack and Lily disappeared from, and it's perhaps the only physical clue in the case. So what's interesting is that Malaya's sister found this blanket along with 2 other family members the day the children were reported missing in the afternoon. And Daniel originally said that blanket was not Lily's. Malaya said the blanket was Lily's. Then Daniel suggested that the people who found the blanket planted it. So I spoke with Malaya's sister, Haley Ferdinand, who found the blanket, and she denies having planted anything.
We most certainly did not. And that's on everything I have, the person I am. I would not do that in the midst of to obstruct a case for missing children, regardless if they're related to me or not. I would never.
So why do you think Daniel is suggesting that you planted it? He told that to me as well.
Probably because I was the one that was hot on his ass the whole time we were there.
Okay.
And he didn't like me from the get-go when I got there because he would not speak to any of Malaya's family when we showed up to help the search for Lily and Jack. He'd put his head down. He would ignore us. He would walk away from us. He wouldn't engage in conversation, and I kept at him. I was there for Jack and Lily, and I'm still here for Jack and Lily.
We're not sure what all of this means, but it's very interesting information and perhaps the only physical clue that the public knows about at this point. And that blanket, police have told us, has been sent for forensic testing.
I just wanted to touch on a few things. I was actually there on Friday myself and good friends with Malaya. I just wanted to kind of touch on a few things that you said. So we were the ones that actually found the blanket. I know the blanket was found in the trees up on the road.
Half of the blanket was correct?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So it does matter.
I wouldn't even call it half. Just a piece of it. And Malaya didn't leave Saturday morning. It was Saturday evening because an altercation had broken out and Daniel's mother actually tried to attack me. So it was well after supper Saturday when she actually left the premises.
I do just want to touch on a subject, though.
Absolutely.
The family altercation that happened in the driveway. I was there for that. So there's a big piece that Logan has left out, and I'm ready to share that because we all know and have not said anything. But it's a very crucial point that they seem to be skipping over. So this was just before the briefing, if I can remember quite right here. We were all in the house and Dan was in the bathroom. And when I say we, I'm talking about my sister-in-law, her sister, Leia's mother, my partner. And we were all in the kitchen and we heard like things rustling around in the bathroom. We're like, what the hell? So my stepmom went and knocked on the door and was like, "Dan, what's going on? Are you all right?" Anyway, my sister-in-law went in and said she needed to use the bathroom. So he came out. So like he was rustling some things around in the bathroom. And we went in to kind of investigate after him. And there was drugs. Drugs was involved, and that's what fueled the family altercation in the driveway. And I'll be the one to say that because I got so freaking mad after this was found out, because then I said to him, I said, that's exactly why you're acting the way you are, running around like a madman, acting like you're doing everything and everybody's just sitting back, like relaxing. Like nobody was, but nobody was running around like a chicken with their head cut off because we weren't on drugs. Do you know what I mean? But that's what the altercation was, because I was like, I confronted his family. It was actually me. And I said, what the hell, guys? Like, what's going on here? Like, why is that involved? My sister broke down and she admitted that he's been on it for 2 years or so. And yeah, so they all got very, very mad when that came about, and they all kind of said, you know what, we already knew that. Well, if you knew that, why the hell is there children in a home with somebody like that? Like, why aren't you protecting the kids that way? So Malaya broke at the end of the driveway. She was crying, and I was like, you know, like, what's going on? And she wouldn't talk. And I looked at her and I said, now's the time to talk. Like, get fucking talking. Like, what's going on? And she broke down, and that's what it came about, that he was doing that. So that fueled the family fight that there was. And I mean, yes, Janie or whatever her name was did go at Cheryl. Logan was trying to fight everybody in the driveway. They kicked us off the property because we found out something that nobody was supposed to find out, right?
We had been asking him questions about these allegations of drug use, and he responds essentially saying, look, he's got nothing to hide. He acknowledges he's done meth and other drugs in the past, but he doesn't struggle with them. And the way he explained it to us was he was attending Narcotics Anonymous essentially to clear his name.
What do you make of all of the speculation that's going on? So many people are waiting.
Well, I can already tell you the drug party is absolute bullshit.
Yep.
And I even asked the RCMP, give me drug tests. I asked CPS, give me drug tests.
Yep.
They said, no, it's not a concern. We're not going to do that. I even go to Narcotics Anonymous. Okay. I do everything. Like, I go to 3 times a week just to clear the air for all that bullshit. I mean, even when it comes down to Jack and Lily, I'm the only one from both sides of the family that is actually doing anything. I'm doing media all the time. They probably refuse to do media with you guys, I'm guessing.
Yeah, they're not talking.
Yeah, they won't do anybody.
The longer this goes on, Glenda, how worried are you we may not get answers?
That leaves me sick to my stomach. I don't believe my grandchildren are alive. I have resigned myself to that one. But to not get answers, it's like, no. There's answers out there. 2 kids just don't disappear. And I'm so afraid that people will stop talking about it and they'll forget them.
Okay, thank you. 1 second here. And so anyways, that was Hunter S. True Crime. Again, the one thing that I wish that maybe he didn't know about was, Janie talking, like, meaning about to the blanket, about seeing Daniel put it into the garbage bag, right? Like I said, listening to Belinda there at the end. No, like, you guys, for the Jack and Lily, for all the family members out there that truly want answers, that's why it's important to like and share, keep it out in the algorithm, keep talking about it, keep bringing awareness to Jack and Lily, wherever the truth lies. That's all we truly want at the end of the day is answers for Jack and Lily. And I don't think that we're going to find that through Daniel. And even Malaya, for that matter, to be honest with you, because she doesn't really speak out, we can only have a lot of assumptions on perhaps what's going on. We don't know the truth, but your opinions are your opinions. My opinions are my opinions. I will share with you something, if you don't mind. I was given the okay to. So thank you to said person that sent me these. There are a couple text messages from Cindy Murray. And so I was told that I would share them. Where you guys will see blue, that's just because the person, there's no relevance in a sense to the person that I spoke to Cindy on that part. So I just wanted to show that it's Cindy Murray's messenger, and that it's just some words that she had said. Okay. Absolutely devastating to hear Belinda say that. Women's Warrior. God bless you, Belinda. Sending love to you, Jack and Lily are on my mind as you are every single day. Heartbreaking every time I hear you saying that statement. I'm so sorry for your pain, sweetheart. Absolutely. We have to remember what today is. Today is the 5th month of Jack and Jackie Boy and Lily. And still no answers. You're talking about the ribbons. The blanket ribbons are not fuzzy. And I'm not sure what you're talking about. I know the picture that I have, like this one here. Okay. This is the actual blanket that was in the tree. It's an LOL blanket, but so unless you were watching an AI video or something, or you said something about the news or something like that, you can send it to my email at crimingshame@gmail.com. But this is the blanket, 100% the blanket that was in the tree, the one that Daniel walked up to and said that. So this is the blanket. I know who gave it to me. And I know it's 100% authentic. No, I did not. Okay, so give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to take down that. So again, that's Hunter True Crime. Don't forget, if you haven't subbed over to Charmaine's channel, get over there. Make sure, let's get her over 1,000 subs. She needs the hours of watching as well. You know, again, Charmaine's, like, of course she's going to be on here, but, you know, we want to see her channel grow. Again, she's definitely. I'm just being sappy now. I love Charmaine to pieces. She is an awesome person. She has a beautiful heart. During my times when I was not working and stuff like that, I mean, I remember Charmaine sent me over a heating pad, you know, and stuff like that. You know, I sent Kent some money today for some fish and chips, you know, and stuff like that. So I really do enjoy good people, you know. There's some good people like Alexa and Bev. I love Bev. And she can't be on this week, but hopefully next week she can be on, because don't forget, she started her new job. Nova, I want to say I hope you're feeling better. But anyways, so I'm just gonna show you so stop this screen. Share, whoops, wrong one. And then I probably should get going because my husband. Oh, ask Carmen Jim. That is not the blanket shown on them. Right. But this is the blanket. This is the blanket. I don't know what one you're are showing. Unless you're talking, like, maybe if you just could email me it, whatever one you're talking about, at crimingshame@gmail.com, and just send me that one that you're speaking about, if you know. And then I can just have a quick boo. Okay. And so share screen. And 1 second. CB, again, it's far easier if you could just send me the link to my email. Could you just do that at crimingshame@gmail.com? Just send me the link for the article. Trust me, way easier. Okay. Now I'll make this bigger. Okay. So basically a person had reached out to Cindy, just to see how, she was doing and stuff like that. She said, I am very lost right now, but I have to stay positive and let the police do their job and not be part of all the nonsense drama out there in the media. My focus is to keep positive, focus on my grandbabies, and that's all I'm going to say. Thank you for reaching out. Do I have these backwards? She said, you are welcome. Like the drawings, they are very nice. Thank you. I hope it gets solved very soon. I am heartbroken. Just because I do not like media attention does not mean I am not brokenhearted. And I pray every day they will be found safe and sound and brought home. And I think that's just like everyone really here is that. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, CB. Okay. So I think that's like everyone, right? Is that Belinda? I believe she's like realistic and has her definitely her thoughts on Jack and Lily and what happened, that they're not alive. We know what Wade said, but obviously the best answer would be that these children are found safe and brought home, right? I mean, that would be the best case scenario. Unlikely, but the best case scenario. So I just wanted to share that with you, just a few blurbs on just a couple comments that Cindy had made in regards to how she's feeling. And, I just thought I'd share that with you. So thank you again to the person that had sent these to me, and appreciate that. I think again, you know what? People just want understanding about why actions and different things are happening and going on. Yeah, again, nobody forced someone to answer this, right? Like no one twisted Cindy's, arm to do this. Obviously, she's very much aware of what happened with Wade and getting recorded by Tint and stuff like that. But I'm pretty sure that she's smart enough that she wouldn't put out things if she didn't want them to be out there as well. Well, I put them up here like this, Daleen. So they are readable. If you go back to the live, you can screenshot them or whatever, whoever wants to. It is by far the most confusing case for sure. I just want to check and see if I want to see that article, but nobody sent it to me yet. Okay, 1 second. Criming shame at June. The only time I really look at my email is when I'm on my computer. So don't feel ignored. I get to things as I get to them, to be honest with you. But in this case, I want to see this article and just take a look. So the one about that they're talking about, that they're showing a different blanket or something. Absolutely not the hot pink one. It's the LOL doll blanket. I will email you. Okay. Yeah, I already had it big and then I moved it back to being small. I just want to see that. I just want to see that article. And just see what, if you guys haven't hit the like and the share for Jack and Lily, please do, of course. Let me check my email again. Now, well, I mean, CB, if he wants to use that terminology, it's definitely one I wouldn't use myself. Because meaning clear to me, when people hear that word, it means like that like the thing is that where the investigation has led them, right? Good night, Carol. Thank you for being here. I just want to thank these people as well. Marie Antoinette, thank you. Micmac, thank you so much for all you. There's a picture right there of Jack and Lily. Hi there, good people. Can't stay off to work. I'll catch up later. McMack gifted 5 memberships, and so all those people. Charmaine's braggadocious, 34 months, hell yeah. And Community Parallels, new member. Thank you so much. And I really need to do a members live soon, to be honest with you. So I'm kind of just waiting for this article because I really want to take a look. You people are slow emailers. Who's ever emailing it to me? Let's see here. 1 second. This pair, like, here, let's go back to the blanket. Okay. I mean, this blanket, right? What do I say about it? I mean, it was given from the horse's mouth, right? Pretty sure they're not going to send me a fake blanket in a tree. And when I say the horse's mouth, it's not Daniel. Yeah, Charmaine still has hers going. She didn't know how to end her live, apparently, but that's okay. She just said, we talked and was like, might as well just leave it up and running so people can catch it, all of it on her stream as well and stuff like that. Is DT saying cleared as far as the polys go? I just think that what DT is saying cleared, like I said, it's not the term that I personally would use myself, but he's basically saying that based upon pretty much that, you know, the information and the docs and the polys and all the different things that that they're cleared because really they don't suspect any criminality and stuff like that, right? It's just, I wouldn't use that word. Because obviously some dog handler isn't going to be like, dude, 2 children just don't disappear. Okay. I mean, I think that was really unwise to put that out there, to be honest with you, on Daniel's part. But hey, I think it was good for us to see that. But I think for Daniel putting that out there, he probably should have kept it. Now, is someone sending me that article, please? I want to see this blanket, but nobody's sending it to me. Let's take a look. What did it say? I'm going to have to find this myself. Come on. I'm trying to not have to do extra work here. That's not the... Okay, this is what CB said. CTV News, May 8th. Questions linger. Okay. CTV News. If it's the same article I have open, I'm going to shoot myself. Questions linger. Yeah, of course it's not going to come up. CTV News, May 8th. Well, let's see. Is this the one you're talking? Okay, let's see. Well, are they going to show it on here?
Todd, I'm standing where the RCMP Search and Rescue Command Center was set up just yesterday, the heart of the effort to find 6-year-old Lily and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan. For 6 days, this area was busy with police, search crews, and volunteers. Now it's quiet, and the search teams are gone. It's believed the children wandered off early Friday morning. That kicked off a major search effort with more than 160 people involved. But today, there's no sign of Jack and Lily. RCMP were at the home of their stepfather, Daniel Martel, today. Officers spoke with the family, and it appeared they were searching around the property and nearby woods. They also had a helicopter searching the Lansdowne Station area from above. At a news conference yesterday, police said they'd be rechecking areas that had already been searched to see if they missed any clues.
I've done everything. I've given them all my information.
Do they show it on here?
I'm here to find the kids.
People who live here say it's heartbreaking. Two
Yes.
young children missing for close to a week. Hafsa Arif, CTV News, Lansdowne Station.
At what time did they show the blanket? Oh, what time did you say the blanket? Was it 38 seconds? Okay, my bad. Let me go back. 38 seconds. My goodness. Okay, hold on.
Broke with the
35.
family, and it appeared they were searching
Well, that's a ribbon.
around the
I'm confused. That's a ribbon. Just after the ribbon's fluttering. Just after the ribbon's fluttering. 1 second.
property.
Just after the ribbon's fluttering. Okay, well, this is a ribbon, but they don't show the blanket in here.
They were searching around the.
Okay. There's nothing else here besides the ribbon. No, are you talking about in the window? No, window is a different blanket altogether. Oh, if you're talking about the one in the window, I mean, that's a different blanket altogether. Is that what you guys mean? Just after the ribbon's fluttering, if you freeze and zoom, you can see it's a blanket. Just after the ribbon's fluttering. Let's take a look. Okay, ribbon fluttering.
Property and nearby woods. They
Where?
also had a helicopter searching the lands.
Oh, I don't know where you're talking about because they're not showing the blanket at all. Just after the ribbon's fluttering.
Woods. They also had a helicopter searching the Lansdowne Station area from.
Yeah, honestly, the actual blanket, too many blankets now. CB Syndicate. There's no blanket. There's no blanket. Okay, so this blanket is the blanket. Okay, all right. Okay, Sunny, you had it on the screen, zoomed in, and not in the ribbon. It's the blanket. It's not the blanket. I'm telling you right now. But let's take a look again. Sunny, you had it on the screen, zoom in. It's not the ribbon. It's the blanket. I think you're totally wrong on this, CB here. Okay, you said at the 38-second mark, right? Which is right here. And then this stupid thing keeps popping up, but I can't get rid of that because it's part of it. Hold on. Okay, 1 second. 1 sec. I'm just going to go right here and then hit play. Great. This is the 30, regardless. I got a screenshot. This is the 30. So just to ask you, CB, are you saying it's on this particular timestamp? Please zoom in. If I'm wrong, fine, but it is exactly as described on the dispatch audio. Sorry, I don't have it up. Whoops, my bad. Okay, so are you talking about this still, that, say, behind that same day loans or something, that you see the blanket? This isn't even the right area. They haven't shown the actual blanket on any news footage. To be honest with you, they haven't shown it. Right. So this isn't the right spot even, I don't think, at all, because it doesn't obviously look like this, because what's it? You saying that where do you see the blanket? To my left, to my right? This is a search ribbon. That's just a search ribbon. So originally, when I showed what I thought was the blanket, I had seen it on another channel, and it was a bunch of hot pink, what I thought was this raggedy blanket, like a hot pink blanket, which was not it. Because come to find out, I was given the actual blanket from, we'll just say this. Obviously, it's from one of the people that found the blanket. All right. So they got a picture. They gave me the picture. And this is the blanket right there. Okay. So when I say it came from the horse's mouth, it literally came from the horse's mouth. This is the blanket. Yeah. It's in our DM. That there's another hot pink, like, well, the blanket was found. This blanket here. Hot pink integrate. No, okay. So yeah, so let's just set the record straight. Okay. There was a bunch of ribbons that in a video they were handing it, which I thought myself was the blanket, because pink blanket, right? Okay, but it looked very almost like, like pom-pommy, like a little bit cut and whatever. But Daniel never cleared it up, right? About that, when I showed him that picture and I said about the blanket, the other one was a marker. Yes. So who is the horse? Well, I think we can safely say that if Haley, Hayden, and another person found the blanket, I can safely say that, again, if I have the actual picture, yeah, in the tree, right? So again, Haley's here for justice for Jack and Lily. And I 100% know in my heart that she is. I know there was some confusion about the whole meth in the bathroom thing and stuff like that. Right. And so that was one of those things. And people were all of a sudden going off on her and stuff like that. And at the end of the day, the way it was worded was, yes, that they were looking in the bathroom and drugs and whatever. I mean, you can make out of that one picture what you want. If you want to deem it as dust or drugs, I don't know. Bottom line is that, Haley wants answers for Jack and Lily as well. Okay. She is a mom, and all I'm going to say is that, just like I'm sure a lot of other family members. So now Haley came on Hidden in the Fog and said, no. Let me tell you what Logan isn't telling you. Right. And this was backed up, Night Sue, and this was backed up by Malaya in her text that Daniel does meth. So regardless if it was some in the bathroom or not, right? Could be. Who knows? Who knows exactly what Daniel was doing in the bathroom, right? Maybe taking the biggest dump ever. Who knows? While he's eating a bucket of KFC. I don't know, right? But anyways, is that I've spoken to Haley. And every time that I hear her voice somewhere, I've always, like, right from the get-go, when I heard her speak, I remember sending her a message on Messenger, and I just said, thank you for being a voice for Jack and Lily, right? Now, her directive on Hidden in the Fog was clear, right? That she wanted to let us know that, no, there's more to this story about what was going on that day, right? And it's because of these members speaking from the family that we have this extra insight, and you can take it with a grain of salt or not. I absolutely believe that Haley wants answers for Jack and Lily as much as more than probably you guys do, in a sense, because she's at least a relation. But don't forget, Malaya pushed most people out of her life, including her sister, right? As well as Belinda and others over Daniel. So let's just keep our thinking a little bit straight here about who's been inconsistent. So who are you guys going to believe? Let me ask you in chat. Are you going to believe Malaya? Not Malaya. Sorry, my bad. Are you going to believe Daniel? Or are you going to believe Haley when it comes to the blanket? Well, in general, but let's just say to the blanket. Which one? Oh, well, no, I mean, okay, so Haley did say, okay, you heard it in that audio clip. So we'll go to that, okay? Stop screen. And we'll come back to that, CB. Let me just pull that up. 1 second. I know I got to get going here soon because my husband is going to need to go to bed. Close. Let's see. We'll just go to, I'll just go over there. 1 second. I'll show. Okay. So, like Haley said, that blanket was on the corner of Lansdowne Station Road and Lansdowne, right? So, window, share. What's this? Blah, blah, blah. Okay. So, that's Salt Springs. Hold on. Let me just back out of this for a second. Get my bearings. Oh, no, that's Sundial Object. We need to go over here. Okay. So this is actually where the footprints would be. So the blanket would have been found right. Let me move that. Because this is what was originally shown to me, but it wasn't, I wouldn't say it was corroborated. It was just that hidden in the fog, it had it on hers. So, properties. So let's move that where it belongs, right here. Okay. Hold on. Okay. So let's go. Let's see if we can go down. Can we go down here? No. Or we can go right here. Okay. This is where the helipad was on this property here. Okay. Now, hold on. This isn't Lansdowne Road. The frick is that road? My God. Even I'm getting confused. Hold on. Got to find my bearings again. Okay. Helipad was there. Now, it's the dirt road. Search and rescue was here. Oh, fuck me. Hold on a second. Just bear with me for a second, okay, guys? I want to see that. 1 second. Hold on. I'm going back to DT shows for a second. I think he pulled it up on his. Give me a second. Should take screenshots. Because obviously... Oh, wait. Here it is. Hold on. Okay. Yes. Hold on. So... Okay, wait. If that's Daniel's home... Oh, my bad. My bad. Oh, wait. I did have it in the right spot. One second. Okay. Here. Let me just mute this. Okay. We'll take this down for a second. Stop screen. Share screen. Okay, so this is DT last night. Okay. So Daniel's home, and this is Lansdowne Station Road, right? Here. Okay. So boot print was up here. So I did have the blanket in the right spot. It's right here. Can you guys see that? Okay. Can you see that? So do I have that right? I don't know. I can't read if you guys have been talking to me because I've been trying to find this. So hold on. Okay, so stop screen, share, window. I need to update my thing. So let me put you back, blanket, right where you belong. Okay, wait. Got myself all twisted around here. My north needs to be up top. Come on. Woo. All right. Search and rescue. Okay, so search and rescue, as we know, was here. And my goodness. Earl Martell's. So right here, right where I had it. Okay. Right about there. So now let's take a look. Let's just go down there. So remember in Daniel's vehicle, there was the car. Oh, well, obviously the ground didn't take us too well to look at the trees. Obviously, Google Earth sucks. It's got to be a better exit ground level. Okay. Okay, down the dirt road. So about right there. Okay, sticking out like a sore thumb. Whew. Okay. Yeah, I'm good. You guys exhausted me, man. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm going to leave it at that for now. Okay. I would like to go over DT's live tomorrow. And I would really like to talk about, baby said bed. Okay. Yeah. Husband said bed now. Okay, you guys. So I want to say, first of all, biggest prayers for Jack and Lily. These two children, beautiful children, deserve answers. Whatever that answer is, hopefully the answers will come to us soon. Tired of this, the wait time here. I thought it would be solved a lot longer. Thank you guys for being 5 months in, a lot of you that are 5 months deep like I am, and Charmaine, and Kent and all you guys as well. Okay, guys? Appreciate that so much. Belinda, Chelsea, thank you again, you guys. Again, our voices for Jack and Lily. I also want to thank the person that sent me those messages was Cindy. I also want to thank, Haley for being a voice for Jack and Lily on different clips that you've heard throughout as well. I think that just simply I keep saying the truth needs to be told. But I just don't feel like we're going to hear that from Daniel because he doesn't, there's no going back. Once you've kind of crossed that land of, inconsistencies and, the things, your actions and stuff like that. Maybe you are really bad at it, Daniel. Maybe you're not. Maybe you're one of the good manipulators. Maybe you're innocent as fuck. I don't know. I just know by the actions and the fact that we have no answers and looking at it, that's just my opinion on how I feel that regardless, Malaya and Daniel were in charge of these beautiful babies, and they are the reason today why we don't have answers regardless. So you guys, thank you so much. Thank you for everyone that has subscribed, became a member, donation, and all that stuff. Jack and Lily, I'm not on nights anymore, guys. I'll be my next 2 weeks. I'm off today, tomorrow, whatever. Anyways, happy Thanksgiving coming up soon as well. But I'm on my 6 to 2 shifts for the next couple weeks. after that. So I will be able to do more lives with you guys again. Okay. The 12 to 8s are pretty rough, people. Not going to lie. They suck. They take up an entire middle day to the end of the day. And yeah, anyways, no problem at all. I just wanted to make sure that, yeah. So as for the blanket, there was, just to re-go over that, one in the bedroom window, okay, of Jack and Lily, a hot pink blanket. Daniel says that there was another blanket that was pink that they was laid out, and that's the blanket that he was talking about. You know, I don't care. He can't retract on what he said anymore, so I don't buy it at all. I don't buy someone going into the garbage and from Alea's side and Haley and that planting it. And then there's the blanket that is the LOL blanket, and that is the blanket that I showed you. That came literally from, you know, the person, one of the people that was literally there, right? I don't think I have to spell that out for you. I think it's pretty obvious. And that person, Haley, wants justice for Jack and Lily, right? And I'm always grateful and appreciative because that's all we want is just, you know what? Daniel can say all he wants, but there's other sides here. And for me, I want you guys to hear kind of like both sides and then make, you know, a cognitive decision type of thing based on, you know, do you believe Daniel or would you believe Haley when it comes to the blanket? Again, Haley's not coming out lying about stuff and whatever, you know, and Daniel is all the time. And so anyways, so with that being said, you guys take care. Have a great night. I will probably see you tomorrow. I believe. I'm not going to say a time, but it possibly would more be in the afternoon, if anything. Okay, guys? Who knows? Depends how I feel. YOLO. Anyways, with that being said, you guys, let's see here. It's time to say good night. And don't you guys worry. I still know I have a video tribute to finish and complete. I know they're not. I have my twin sister moved on. I haven't had a lot of time and I want to do it. If I'm going to do it, I have to do it my way and right. I have to do it where I'm proud of my work. Let's just see here quickly. Sorry, you guys, I got so many screenshots. I need to go through all of those as well, right? I just need to compact my shit. Come on, video, where are you? All my thumbnails. Oh, I know what it was. Hold on. Share video file. I think I was an image file. That was my problem right there. Okay. These two beautiful babies.
In the woods where shadows lay, Jack and Lily went to play.
It's not like
on a rainy May afternoon. Now we whisper hope's soft tune. Echoes of laughter fill the air, but where are they? We stand in prayer. Oh, Jack and Lily, where have you gone? We'll hold on tight through this endless dawn. In our hearts forever you'll stay. With every prayer we send your way. Hundreds gathered hard.